Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us again for Day 4 of the National Tribal Broadband Summit. We've got a really exciting program for you today. Kicking things off is going to be a keynote panel on the future of tribal broadband with some of our senior leadership. I'm really excited for this conversation and glad that you've joined us for this today. Before we start that, though, I just want to let you know what else is coming this afternoon. Starting after the panel, we will turn it over to our friends at FirstNet for a conversation on transforming first responder communications and extending connectivity in tribal communities. We'll then take a short break, about 15 minutes, and come back here at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time for a double feature of presentations, beginning with the Tribal Access Program for National Crime Information presentation from the Department of Justice, and then another presentation on the Europe Tribal Broadband Expansion Project. We'll take a second break this afternoon at about 3:15 and come back at 3:30 p.m. for a tribal listening session. That session will run for about 90 minutes, and we'll use the same WebEx and call-in information that you've been using all week. So with that, I'd like to now turn it over to Laura Spinning, Acting Associate Administrator for the Office of Telecommunications and Information Applications at NTIA with the U.S. Department of Commerce, to lead our panel. Laura, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie, and to all of our colleagues at Indian Affairs and the Department of Interior. As Stephanie said, I'm Laura Spinning, and I'll use the acronym since she spelled everything out. I'm acting as the Associate Administrator for the broadband programs at NTIA, and we are so happy and thrilled that we get to partner with Stephanie, Tara, Morgan, and all of our colleagues at Indian Affairs, both in pulling this summit together, but in our day-to-day work in addressing broadband gaps and digital skills across our country. This is really such an incredible opportunity, and while I would have enjoyed doing this in person again, this second annual Broadband Summit, it's really wonderful to see the numbers of people who are able to participate, and I'm sure that that has opened it up quite a bit. So it's really incredible to see the kind of growth and the interest on this issue from tribal leaders across our country. And so thank you for participating, and we really look forward to working with the panelists here, all who have something to contribute in different ways to extending broadband services, making better internet services available and more affordable across our country for purposes of improving economic growth and development in all of our communities and tribal communities specifically, but also offering individual opportunity for participating in the digital economy. So we have a very distinguished panel here to talk about the future of tribal broadband. We'll start with Tara Sweeney. Tara is the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs. She hails from the North Slope of Alaska and was confirmed into this position as the Assistant Secretary in 2018. She is the first Native Alaskan to serve in this position and the second woman. So thank you, Tara, for your career in working with Native Alaskan communities and for your time at DOI, committed to all tribal communities. Second, we have Chad Roop, who hails from the great state of Wyoming. And Chad has been a wonderful partner with us. He co-chairs the American Broadband Initiative, which the Trump administration pulled together as their primary strategy for how we could work across the federal government together for driving that kind of change and doing it in a way that was much more friendly to folks in the field who are really looking for solutions. So thank you, Chad, for your leadership, and thank you for being the kind of person that hails from Wyoming and keeps us so well grounded in what's happening in those big square states out west. Thank you, Chad. Last, I have the great pleasure of introducing Crosby Kemper. Crosby hails from the great city of Kansas City, and while he spent the early part of his career as banker, I'm pretty sure. He's become infamous in my mind for transforming and leading the Kansas City Public Library system into a true community institution committed to building community by making opportunity available to so many. So thank you for your dedication and for your leadership in that work and for starting to share that expertise with others across the country. I believe the Senate confirmed you in January of this year as the Executive Director for the Institute of Museum and Library Services. So thank you all. And with that, we'll dig into our discussion. And I'll throw this question out for any of you to answer, but I think that it's kind of a generally known fact, but the numbers are really quite astonishing that only 72% of tribal lands, they truly lag behind in deployment of broadband. And looking for some perspective on why you think that gap exists and what we can do to address it.
Well, Laura, I'll jump in if you don't mind to start off with. I think one of the main criteria behind it is the existing infrastructure. You have a lot of interconnectivity in the grid throughout most of the continental United States. And once you get into the more rural communities, or in the case of Alaska, where there isn't an interconnected electric grid, that is definitely a barrier to entry. And so when you have an existing infrastructure that's in place and you have the density and a shorter distance to travel, it becomes much easier to provide services. And when you don't have that, then the further out you get and the less connected you are, the much more of a burden it is to be able to get connected. And so when you have to create things from scratch, that is a big barrier, and it's much harder to overcome that initial entry into the market when you don't have that existing infrastructure in place.
So I would completely agree with that. I might mention a couple of statistics that we've generated in our public library survey, and which is now we're focusing in the next generation on digital divide issues, connectivity issues, internet issues generally. Our statistics have always shown, since we've been collecting these statistics, a very high level of usage per person inside libraries, computer sessions in tribal lands compared to national averages, and including rural averages and non-rural averages. Wi-Fi sessions now that Wi-Fi's happen also larger in those libraries that have Wi-Fi, but there's a very high percentage, as the 72% number indicates, a very high percentage, specifically in libraries, that are not connected, that where Wi-Fi isn't available. It's probably higher in tribal lands than anywhere else, any other large segment of the American population. And so there's a long list of reasons, I think, that connectivity is lower in tribal lands. But start with what Chad said, which has to do with distance and basic sort of institutional connectivity, which includes very much libraries, very much in the wheelhouse of the IMLS. Local resources too. I mean, this would go from the state level on down, but local resources, largely because of poverty, but distance has again something to do with it as well. Sometimes tribal structure is a very positive thing in that, because typically tribal councils, or is tribal the central tribal organization can dedicate resources where necessary, but sometimes not. And then a kind of basic capacity in terms of engagement. Libraries have smaller staffs, and staffs frequently that include volunteers, include people who have not had training in internet-related things. So So that's a part of it. And basic demographics, not only poverty, but demographic structures and whatnot. So all those things come together to make it much more difficult. And but to end on that on a positive note, it's still extraordinary the high level of usage inside tribal lands. And it shows that if we can expand, it will be used. If we build it, they will come.
I would concur with the information that has been shared by Administrator Roop and Director Kemper. Indian Affairs has a slightly different lens that we look through connectivity, and we certainly understand the challenges that exist across Indian country and Alaska Native communities, particularly in our most remote, sparsely populated rural areas. And in some ways, broadband is even more needed for things like telehealth, remote learning, and commerce. And so understanding the challenges within our Native communities, we've spent a lot of time, especially in the last 2 years, working to identify certain areas of opportunity to increase broadband deployment for our Native communities and seeking to understand kind of the universe of challenges. And that in and of itself presents its own challenges, and it's a learning opportunity as well. What I have come to understand is that we need to have an understanding of the coordination amongst federal partners that set broadband policy and those that have funding sources. We've been working very hard with our federal partners to do that. Also, strengthening the coordination that we have with our federal partners and those that have authorities, equities, or any sort of funding mechanisms to promote broadband deployment. And then looking at improving the data and our understanding of the data on which communities in Indian country and Alaska Native communities already receive broadband, what is the total landscape of federal infrastructure that could be used for broadband, and how can we use existing federal forms and databases to improve policy. In addition to that, there are a couple of other points looking at how we can contribute to expanding resources for either backhaul, middle mile, and spectrum. Again, understanding, as I stated earlier, what federal infrastructure is out there that we could use to expand broadband in our Native communities, and then working with our federal partners on developing those plans in unserved or underserved populations and areas where it is appropriate for us to do so. And the final point that I wanted to make was a focus on promoting public and private investment and how we can either help facilitate investment working through the American Broadband Initiative and the work that Administrator Roop has been leading to provide broadband access throughout the country is certainly a worthy cause, and looking at how we can attract that private investment into Indian country and Alaska Native communities, and what the appropriate role for an organization like Indian Affairs would be to bring more parity between tribal and non-tribal areas. Thank you.
Thank you to each of you, and Tara, thank you for introducing the American Broadband Initiative and Chad's leadership there. Chad, can you say a little bit more about the work of the American Broadband Initiative and the Trump administration's commitment to broadband? Chad, I think you're on mute.
You're muted.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Obviously, it is a high priority of the president. It was mentioned in his State of the Union address that seems like a long time ago. It's been a long year, obviously, but it's something that everyone recognizes as a high need, and it's gotten a lot of attention both within the administration as well as in Congress. And I would like to mention the great work that's being done by our state partners as part of the American Broadband Initiative with the State Broadband Leaders Network. Laura, your team has created 22 states now that are participating in a national broadband mapping database, which everyone agrees needs improvement. And we use that every day, that we go out and look to see where we should be providing federal funding to partner with private entities to provide that resource out to unserved communities. And so that is one example of the great work that the American Broadband Initiative is doing. It's not just a federal government solution. It is using everyone coming to the table to solve this issue and finding new ways to solve old problems. You know, like they always said, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, you shouldn't expect different results. And we are not doing the same thing as in the past. We are creating new solutions. There was a time where, you know, we thought that a couple decades ago, we thought broadband over power line was the right answer, and obviously it wasn't, because otherwise that problem would be solved right now. The real answer is providing an all-of-the-above strategy and handling emerging technology as it develops and is commercially viable and makes sense for a community. That's the right answer, and bringing all the players to the table to find what that right solution looks like. It is not one technology. It is not a single source. There are so many things that are developing within our individual industries that requires multi-source solution, but you have to have the basic infrastructure in place to get there. And in so many places, we don't even have that. We don't, you know, you'll never get to 5G unless you have fiber running to a community. That's just the reality. And so you've got to have the ability to have that backhaul. You have to have the middle mile in place. That requires, obviously, the opportunity for the electric co-ops and our investor-owned utilities to participate. That is not necessarily a federal solution. That is being funded in large stake by private industry. It is something that we encourage. We want good partners, and we want to help provide that solution. So we're working across our federal agencies. We've got the FCC working with us. We've got NTIA working with us. We have Department of Interior working with us. The U.S. Forest Service is a partner of the Department of Agriculture, is providing resources. Everyone is trying to come to the table. HHS, Department of Education, everybody recognizes this need. Obviously, the pandemic has provided a great opportunity for us to recognize the need and to focus our energies in the right area. It's definitely a sad epidemic that has hit every corner of the United States and the world, and it's something that we deeply feel, but it's something that I think gives us opportunity to focus on what really matters, and that is getting people connected and getting them up and running in areas that didn't have that in the past. So definitely something that the President and the Secretary are focused on. Believe me, they are very focused on it, because I feel it every day that I come to work. So anyways, appreciate it, and that's really the basis of the American Broadband Initiative.
Thank you, Chad. I know, Tara, that you and your colleagues from the Department of Interior also participate in the American Broadband Initiative. What more can you add about what the federal government's role is in addressing the issue of broadband, specifically in Indian country and Alaska?
Thank you for that question. You know, the role of the federal government with respect to Native Americans across the country is, and specifically to tribes, is that nation-to-nation relationship between tribal governments and the federal government. And broadband really is a modern and critical piece of infrastructure that supports all aspects of a tribal community's well-being, like schools and running the tribal government's telemedicine, as I mentioned earlier, and justice services. So by supporting strong tribal broadband, the federal government is also supporting its commitment to the trust responsibility because connectivity supports, education, health, again, the well-being of our Native peoples and economic development.
Thank you. Crosby?
Yeah, so I think, agreeing with what both Chad and Tara have said, one thing from my perspective, as somebody who came out of the private sector and came out of a place initially because Google Fiber came to Kansas City, and I got involved in national organizations like Shelby and the NDIA, which I helped found, from the sort of lobbying perspective, if you will. There's a huge change that's happened in the American Broadband Initiative is a really good sign of that and participator and leader in that. In Washington, on Capitol Hill, in the White House, and the executive branch generally, in which there has been a movement to understand, and the pandemic has, been the greatest instigation of this, that the internet is, and broadband in particular, is essential. I sometimes use, and this has been a debate over the last decade, the utility, that it is a utility that gets into byways that maybe we don't want to go, but that it is essential in contemporary America and will be essential post-pandemic is really clear. And I said in my opening remarks yesterday, that we see the proposed legislation, some of which has made it through various hoops and will become law of the land, but a huge amount of legislation being proposed to add resources to cross the digital divide, to eliminate the digital divide in Congress. And some with support from the White House and the American Broadband Initiative, the President's State of the Union address, as Chad said. So I think the temperature has changed. It's risen pretty dramatically, and we're kind of on the boil about this. And it was mentioned that this is going on in places like HHS and Department of Education and Department of Agriculture, et cetera. And that's noticeable too. And the CARES Act money, significant money, was allocated for digital divide issues throughout the agencies and branches of the federal government. It's not enough. It's not totally focused where it ought to be. I think tribal lands is a good example of that. We need more focus on the biggest problems. Tribal lands would probably be the biggest connectivity problem. And though as I said before, the usage, when you get somebody in tribal lands close to a computer with broadband access, you see a flowering of use. There's still the questions around telemedicine, virtual education, job application, skill development for economic reasons. The usage of that, and so training, and I'm talking about training not the individual user necessarily, but training, lifting the capacity inside libraries and other tribal organizations around the use of broadband is enormously important. So we've got a long way to go. But, so I don't want to be Pollyanna about this, but I do want to say there is a wave, and the American Broadband Initiative is a really good representation of that. The fact that we're having this meeting, that the folks who are involved, the conversations that Tara and I have had with Chairman Pai at the FCC and others, for instance, indicate a new reality, which is a positive direction.
Laura, if I could, I'd like to add to that comment as well, if you don't mind.
Please.
Thanks. The role of the federal government, if you look back in the 1930s, so much of the electric grid that came out to rural America at that time was paid for by people coming together in the form of cooperatives. And then they took loans. I didn't say grants. They took loans from the federal government, and that's the genesis of this agency that I work for. And it's something that I think is important to note that there was a solution there that was brought to the table during a very difficult time in the United States to help solve this issue. At that time, it was electricity, but it's something that continues to persist even in Indian country today, a lack of viability. But the federal government's role is to partner and help provide solutions, and there is a portion of that that is a grant portion that makes sense. There is a portion of it that is technical assistance that's needed, that we need to help provide connections and resources to be able to gather the information that people need to make the appropriate decisions. And then, the lion's share of opportunity that we can provide is in the loan section. But what you have to have is you have to have a viable solution, and that's where I talk about new solutions to old problems. If you're putting out an electric line, if you're improving an electric line, why are you not providing the fiber along that electric line for smart utility purposes? Are you thinking about 30 years from now? Are you thinking about just tomorrow? And I think that those are the things that people need to recognize is what are you doing to solve this problem that is solving not just the immediate need of possibly electricity, but also the need to provide the connection that people are seeing today and will see 30 years from now. My dad used to own a concrete business, and he'd talk about pouring foundations. Why are we pouring the foundation 3 times? Why not pour it once and do it right the first time and get it dealt with instead of having to go in and break it down and then rebuild it again? Makes no sense. So those are the things that in my opinion, are the role of the federal government is to help provide that opportunity for people to come together and provide that new solution to the old problem.
And can I agree with Chad about this? The rural electrification model, which begat ultimately the universal service model around telecommunications, it has always been a mixture of private and public, and there in certain places, tribal lands probably being one of those places, there needs to the public probably needs to be bigger, but it needs to be built around the huge private infrastructure that we have. When Google Fiber came to Kansas City, one of the great benefits, not much talked about, it didn't transform life the way Sergey Brin and others at Google thought it would, and some people in the civic and political structure in Kansas City thought it would. But one thing it did do was it lowered the price for the internet. It dramatically lowered the price for the internet. And competition is really good in this space, and anything we can do to encourage everybody inside the executive branch and everybody inside Congress to do what is right to free up competition is really important. And let the market do it where it can, and it did it in Kansas City. But I will say there are going to be places where it's going to be very hard. It's one reason the whole mapping initiative that Chad mentioned is so important. Is we know that there are places that are nominally connected that aren't really connected, and we have to have a really rich, truthful basis of information about what goes on in the marketplace, so we can understand where the gaps in the marketplace are and what we as federal policymakers and federal funders need to do.
Thank you both for framing the role of the federal government, but the partnership that's really required in order to put a sustainable solution, as Chad says, together. I want to pivot the conversation just a little bit to talk about what successful programs look like. I think you framed it quite well, Chad and Crosby, talking about what we learned from the electrification and the role of government along with the role of private industry and addressing that solution. One thing we know in TIA from our own experience in providing assistance to communities, but was also highlighted in an FCC report as well as a GAO report that has come out in the past couple of years about the need for kind of early intervention and support, or what in, I think, government speak we call providing technical assistance to consult with communities who really want to work to improve their broadband services, and whether that's about new infrastructure or about better prices or higher quality services. Tara, can you speak a little bit to what we can do across the federal government to provide that kind of support for success?
Well, thank you. Again, I just want to underscore the importance of consultation with tribal governments, and it's especially important to identify the parties early in the process, the tribal parties that are going to need to be engaged, and then to provide them with the opportunity to participate in these government-to-government consultations. It's a deliberative process designed to create effective collaboration and informed decision making. And so meaningful consultation really is comprised of communications between tribal officials and the appropriate departmental officials. And so any project success I have seen with me in this current position and in my past life has included that early engagement of tribal stakeholders.
Thank you. Well, I just want to take it as the opportunity to reiterate that hopefully what folks who are participating are seeing is kind of the American Broadband Initiative in action, and that is that our respective agencies will be working together and have a shared commitment in our mission to support tribal communities.
Laura, could I add something to your previous question and what Tara said, which I agree with? A successful program that, I don't remember your exact words, but that sort of was aimed at, is still aimed at getting to the root of the problem, which is our individual knowledge and use through schools, is the E-rate program. And the E-rate program is a good example of a program that's worked very well, that has connected a lot of schools and libraries and their patrons or students, but which has also needed reform over time because the technology has changed, the structure of universal service money has changed over time, the various spectrum and fiber issues that I will not get into, et cetera, have changed over time, and there's increasing focus on that. And again, Congress has been talking a fair amount about the E-rate program lately, and others. But the key thing, the important thing about E-rate is that it is about schools and libraries, and is very focused on connecting folks in poorer areas, low-resourced areas, to the internet, and it's worked very successfully over time. I think it needs some reform. It certainly needs expansion, but there has been reform. The FCC has paid close attention to this, but it's an example of something that we've done right.
Thank you. I want to come back to, I know each of you have touched on the fact that we are living our lives in the midst of a pandemic that has disrupted so many of our lives, and has really changed the way, Crosby, as you talked about, school is delivered, educational services. Certainly how we work, right? We're all here virtually this year, having been together in person last year. And of course, the way that healthcare gets delivered. So I'd like to invite each of you to speak a little bit about, because we've heard so many different ideas about what the world will look like, not as we return to normal, but what is, in the words of some, a new normal, but related to how we deliver and participate in education, work, and healthcare. Tad, you want to kick us off?
I'm sorry?
I was just going to ask you to go ahead and start the conversation.
Sure. Well, I appreciate it. First of all, I'd like to recognize my staff, and you know that might seem a little bit odd, but I got to say something. Our general field representatives and our state directors are boots on the ground in our communities, and that is one of the really the big reasons why this agency and USDA has been very successful in deploying our Reconnect program, which is a loan and grant program that helps deliver that infrastructure out to the unserved areas. And then our general field reps during this pandemic have been out doing the boots on the ground tests and connecting with the individuals in these communities, even during the pandemic. You know, you look at it and you look at when your water gets having an issue, you have an emergency breakage, you don't even hesitate to ensure that your utility crew goes out there to fix the water main break. The same is true for broadband, and I think that's something that is finally being recognized by so many communities. And so these folks are out there and doing that work. How that translates is that we're building the infrastructure, we're financing the things that people are asking for and needing to be able to transform their communities to where they can have a new normal. At the same time, we are working on our distance learning and telemedicine grant program. There's so many things that we're bringing to the table. Our smart utility electric grid program, I mean, the amount of funding that we have put into loans for smart utility that brings that middle mile fiber with that dark fiber capacity is enormous, and it's played. I know that just in last year, not including this year's funding, we put out 30,000 miles of fiber. I mean, you think about that. That goes back and forth across the continental United States, anywhere between 8 and 10 times. You know, it's really phenomenal when you start thinking about how much that really is, and so it gives the people the capacity to make that change, and so it's going to allow people to have precision agriculture, change their industry, get back the phenomenal economy that we had before this pandemic hit, and then really make it sustainable with the ability to use equipment to deploy food, fiber, and fuel throughout the United States and really get people where they need to be. It's going to let people move away from the cities and go back to rural America. You know, rural America has seen a migration out into the cities over so many decades, and more than likely that's probably going to change based off this pandemic, and people have the capabilities to be able to go out and live in the areas where I had loved to live, where I was born and raised, the kind of places that are majestic that you know are the areas of legends and things where people really can value nature and everything that a rural community offers. So that's where I see it headed, and that's what we're doing to try to support that effort.
So I think that, you know, the post-pandemic and the future is definitely, as the pandemic reality is an online world, is a virtual world, is an internet world increasingly. Now, I am sometimes a skeptic about sort of big data and smart city stuff. Kansas City has spent gazillions of dollars with our friends Cisco, who are hosting our technology for this meeting, and they still don't get the stoplights to reflect traffic, which would seem to me to be the simplest smart city thing that we could do, and we don't do it. So I'm a skeptic about some of the bigger ideas, but here's what we look like today for some people, and we will I hope look like for everyone going forward. So telemedicine, the Apple Watch world now. If you've seen the latest Apple Watch commercial, you know it's all about the Apple Watch telling you what your vital statistics are. And if you've got various underlying conditions, which ultimately we all have, this is going to be a huge medical advance. Two things are true about it. One, it's a tremendous online thing, and we need to universalize it. And two, it's going to take a long time to universalize it. And in the meantime, libraries and schools and other mediating institutions are going to have to play a big role in that. Jobs. Job skills, job searches. Almost during the pandemic, almost every job search has to take place on the internet. Before the pandemic, a lot of them, increasingly 80%, something like that, at least start out online. And increasingly, we have not only resume preparation and job searching and job applications, but even interviews now. We had someone in the Kansas City Public Library who we got on a computer in the library and applied for and received a job offer from a company in Alaska. You'll appreciate, Tara. Not long before I left. The post-pandemic world is going to be full of that, and it's going to be about enabling the individual. Again, in the Kansas City Public Library, we had the Career Online High School, and lots of skill certifications that are available online. That's just going to grow. It's tremendously important, and we're going to be a better society because it's all available online. But a lot of it takes human intervention, so mediating institutions, again, particularly libraries and schools, but a lot of community organizations, tribal organizations, are going to be needed and important in that. It can't just be somebody at Google or Microsoft on the West Coast sending you an email or some software. There's still a lot of human education involved in it.
Thank you. I want to start to wrap us up for this, but Tara, this is primarily the tribal communities who are participating, and you've got your colleagues from federal agencies on. I'm wondering if you can close this out with a little bit either of a challenge or some kind of an aspiration or ask that you would have for the communities who are represented in the audience or for any of your federal agency colleagues.
I would just say for the greater audience who is participating in this summit, this really is about partnerships and operationally looking at things differently in a post-pandemic posture. And, the COVID-19 has certainly increased the urgency for broadband in rural and especially tribal areas, and we have to look at things differently and how we are modernizing our technology, how we're modernizing our infrastructure, how we are modernizing our business practices. And so what this comes down to really is about partnerships. Working together to empower tribes with resources at the federal level, becoming more efficient within the federal government to leverage the federal resources for tribally owned businesses or investment partners to build out that infrastructure. It's also working together to improve and to seek that expertise, whether it's in the public sector or in the private sector. This comes down to partnerships. And so for those that are looking to effectuate change in Indian country through the deployment of broadband connectivity, we want to be a partner at Indian Affairs to help serve as a catalyst, as a facilitator for that deployment. And so I extend my hand out to those that are listening and participating in partnership. And I would challenge many of you to I would say get out of your comfort zones and reach out to individuals that you may not necessarily have talked to in the past, but to know that there are resources out there that can help facilitate the needs of Indian country and Alaska Native communities. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Tara. Thank you, Chad, and thank you, Crosby, not just for participating in this panel, but to your commitment for closing the digital divide in our country and specifically focusing our efforts on doing so in our tribal lands and with our tribal neighbors. Thank you very much, and I think I'm turning it back over to Stephanie.
Yep, that's me. Thank you again to all of our esteemed panelists, and thank you, Laura, for moderating that for us. That was a really great conversation. I'm glad we were able to take the time for that. Really quickly, before I turn this over to our partners from FirstNet, I just want to let everyone know I'm hearing that some people have had trouble accessing the WebEx presentation online, and so just as a reminder, we will be posting the slide decks online after the summit, as well as making recordings of the summit available on YouTube. I believe the Monday and Tuesday sessions are online already. If you go to YouTube and search for the Indian Affairs channel, you'll be able to find those. So even if you're calling in on the phone and can't see the slides, you will have access to those later. We do encourage you to stay on the line so you can participate in the question and answer throughout the day. And with that, I will hand it over now to FirstNet for a presentation on public safety. Thank you.
Hello and good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Stephanie. Good morning, everybody. My name is Adam Geisler, and I'm a citizen of the La Jolla Band of Liaisons Indians. I'm located here in Southern California, and I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to speak and share with you a little bit about the exciting project that we have going on in addressing public safety broadband for first responders, and that includes Indian country. With me today, I have my co-presenter, Ms. Margaret Gutierrez, along with our partner with AT&T, Carrie Johnson, and a couple of partner tribes here to share about their experiences over the network. Before we jump right in, Margaret, I was hoping you could introduce yourself as well.
Sure, thank you. My name is Margaret Gutierrez, and I'm an enrolled member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation in Oklahoma. I was born and raised in Southern California. I have regions 1 through 8. A little bit of my background is I'm the first Native American graduate of the Naval Postgraduate School Center for Homeland Defense and Security program. I hold a master's in security studies. I'm also an instructor for FEMA's Emergency Management Institute tribal curriculum and a professor in the School of Criminology, Criminal Justice, and Emergency Management at Cal State University, Long Beach. Prior to my work at FirstNet, I served a tribal community as the Director of Emergency Management for 10 years, and I have been on board with FirstNet for the last 5 years.
Thanks, Margaret. As I mentioned, my name is Adam Geisler, citizen of the La Jolla Band of Indians. I spent about a decade in tribal leadership, where I also served as the tribe's emergency manager, and we're really honored to be a part of the FirstNet team and to be speaking with you. So let's go into the presentation if we can. First slide, please. Okay, so for those of you that are kind of wondering what the heck is FirstNet, where did we come from, how do we exist? We want to just give a quick background about what FirstNet is and how we came to be. And it actually starts back in 2001 with the attacks of 9/11 on the Twin Towers and the other areas across the country. And one of the biggest breakdowns that we learned after the 9/11 Commission Report came out in 2004 was that there was a gigantic lack in interoperable communication and the ability for multiple agencies to communicate, even agencies that are of similar disciplines, such as fire and police. And so for nearly a decade, public safety lobbied Congress in order to create a program that would address the interoperable connectivity issues that were plaguing public safety and still provide those same types of challenges to date. In 2012 through 2016, after the First Responder Network Authority had our enabling legislation created, the organization then went out to try to solicit exactly how we were going to build out a nationwide public safety broadband network that made sense and was going to be usable for the end user, which is our goal of supporting public safety. And so for over a series of 4 years, from 2012 to 2016, there was a lot of information and data collection that was occurring along with a consultation process that we were in the middle of. And for those of you that are used to traditional tribal consultation, the way the law was written, it actually put the obligation on the states to go out and conduct consultations. So for those of you that see the word consultation, I just wanted to put a caveat that the way that the law was written actually put the onus on the state to then engage all partners within and around the states. And so some of you may have actually participated in multiple state engagements or consultations because you're in multiple, your boundaries reside near multiple states or within neighboring states. So after we went through and had the discussions with public safety and trying to understand what the needs were, what the calls for service were, what the types of calls for service were, we then said, okay, we have a certain amount of money. We had about $7 billion that was part of the allocation that came from Congress. And it sounds like a lot of money, but to deploy a nationwide cellular network or broadband network, it just wasn't quite enough capital. And so we went out to an RFP where we solicited responses to try to find a partner to help us deploy the network. And the end result of the RFP process resulted in the selection of AT&T as the partner with the federal government in order to deploy a public safety broadband network. As part of that relationship, we actually enacted a spectrum lease agreement, and so that's essentially how we sustain not only the day-to-day and annual budget of our organization, but how we're also going to be using those lease funds to reinvest into the network over the course of the 25 years that's tied to our legislation. So from 2018 and beyond, after we had selected AT&T, I should also make one point. When we selected AT&T and we went out to bid with our RFP, we didn't say that you needed to have X amount of towers because topography plays a big role in the ability to deploy connectivity. And so what we did say is there needs to be coverage. And so we focused on coverage and coverage maps as opposed to towers or tower locations as being the primary function of the RFP. And so as a result, we then went out after moving forward in sharing what the plan was for coverage in each of the 56 states and territories. We then went out to begin to construct the network in partnership with AT&T. And so today we are a little over 2.5 years into a 5-year build plan with AT&T. And so that's kind of where we're at in the current moment. Next slide, please. So for those of you that are kind of wondering, okay, I hear AT&T, I hear FirstNet thrown around a lot. You know, what really are the roles and responsibilities, and how does that relationship look? At the end of the day, it's a public-private partnership where AT&T is a contractor to the United States government. And like any contract, there is an element that the government has where we are providing oversight and support to that contract, as well as providing internal advocacy to AT&T to make sure that they understand the ongoing needs of public safety. As you heard Margaret and her background and myself and mine, our entire team at FirstNet is actually created of individuals who have lived and worked in the public safety space, whether it be in Indian country or fire, law enforcement, EMS, or emergency management. And so there's a strong cadre of team members that we have at FirstNet that have actually done the job out in the field and understand what it is that we need to be focused on and trying to steer that in the relationship and the ongoing discussions with AT&T. And also that weighs in on the innovation and the strategy as we look to reinvest the dollars that we receive through our spectrum lease agreement with AT&T, which totals roughly $18 billion over the course of 20 years. So what does AT&T then do? Well, we tasked AT&T with deploying the network. And what AT&T brought to the table was not just the spectrum that we had been allocated by Congress. That's what the federal government brought to the table. But AT&T also brought the spectrum that they had already received through the spectrum auction leases that they have executed with the FCC. And so what you now have today is the combination of a federal resource and spectrum that has now been leased to AT&T and is acting in tandem and part of the overall AT&T network moving forward, which is a big deal because now public safety has what we call priority and preemption over the network, allowing your phone to work when it's connected to the network and float over everybody else's traffic when you start to run into congestion issues. So not only did we say, okay, you need to go out and build the network, you also need to build a separate data core, and I think that's a big deal in that when we talk about FirstNet, the data core that actually supports the network is separate from the AT&T commercial network. So as you make a phone call and it goes from your phone to the tower through the backhaul and then into the data core, the network is actually identifying if you're a first responder based upon your phone and the SIM set and the chipset, and bifurcating out whether or not that traffic is to go through the commercial core or through the first responder FirstNet core. Additionally, to the requirement of the build out of the network and the maintenance of the network and the build out of the core and the maintenance of the core, we also said that they need to have customer support. So you have 24/7, 365 customer support with the network that AT&T is responsible for providing here and it's based in the U.S. There's also a security operations center. For those of you that may or may not have had a chance to get out to New Jersey and look at the SOC that they have developed out there, it's a pretty large operation, and so we've continued to maintain and manage the security elements of the public safety information that's traveling over the network, because obviously that has to be encrypted and secured. Lastly, or not lastly, but mission critical services is another big component of this. And the quick definition of mission critical is that the goal is to provide services that meet the mission critical needs of public safety as they go out to do their job. And so we've tasked AT&T with that as well. And then lastly, there's an app and device ecosystem that we need to be aware of as well. The app and device ecosystem is similar to like an app store type of a concept, although that's already been taken and trademarked. So we have actually come up with a separate apps and device ecosystem, or AT&T has been tasked with developing that. And so today you can actually pull off of the ecosystem public safety specific apps that are both free as well as pay for utilization. Next slide, please. Okay, so we talked a little bit about the history. We talked a bit about the roles and responsibilities. But now let's also talk about the evolving dynamic that we have between the public safety agencies that are out there, FirstNet on the federal side, and AT&T as our contractor and our partner to help make sure that these services are deployed correctly. You guys heard me mention that there's about $18 billion that we're going to be investing back into the network through the spectrum lease agreement. So AT&T is paying FirstNet every year for the utilization of the network. And there's obviously a schedule, a payment schedule that's built out as part of that. So while this 5-year construction project is going on, we also have $18 billion that we're looking at how we can reinvest into the future. And so don't be surprised if you see Margaret or myself or our peers in the spaces that you work if we're asking for your information, your feedback, or to participate to help us inform process, because one of our number one goals in the organization, Margaret and myself, is to make sure that we're engaging public safety on a daily basis, so that way we can convey the needs of public safety to industry and to other agencies as well. As part of that, that means that we're going to develop and promote public safety broadband communication plans that actually reflect the needs of public safety, and we're actually going through an exercise like that today with our roadmap, which is a planning effort that we have going on, and surveys. And for those of you that are tired of surveys, I completely appreciate that. As a former tribal leader, I felt like I was surveyed to death for the decade that I was in office. But know that when you get an ask from FirstNet to complete a survey, that information really is being looked at by our leadership, by our reinvestment team, specific to Indian country, and that we do take to heart those components. Once we are receiving this feedback, we're obviously coming up with a plan on how we're going to invest those dollars through the different buckets that we have established in our roadmap. And so we're going to take the concept that we get from engagement, we're going to develop those ideas, and then we're going to look to how we can make some of those investments. And then we're going to come back to you and we're going to collaborate on if we hit a home run, if it needs more work, or if there's still some gaps that are sitting there as a result of the evolution of time. I just want to remind everybody that a lot's changed over 20 years with the device that you have in your pocket now versus what you had 20 years ago with the Zach Morris Saved by the Bell phone. And so we always are going to want to continue to engage, develop, reinvest, and then collaborate with you as new technologies come out to continue to meet those needs. Next slide. Oh, next slide. There we go. So in addition to the relationship component, we have something that's really unique at FirstNet, where we have a public safety advisory committee subgroup called the Tribal Working Group, which is made up of organizations from across the country. You may see some familiar faces in there. We actually have Mr. Chris Vicente there on the bottom left from Navajo Nation, the director of the Navajo Telecommunications Regulatory Authority, who's going to be speaking a little bit later. But the point is that we really do value not only the public safety sentiment internally, but as an organization, we strive to get the feedback on a daily basis from across the country from our stakeholders, so we have a holistic picture of what that looks like. Next slide. There we go. And just for those of you that may be a little more visual and want to understand, you know, what does this Tribal Advisory Committee look like, or our Tribal Working Group look like? It's made up and chaired by the National Congress of American Indians, Danae Wilson. We also have folks represented from AT&I, the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act organization, the APHA, and you guys can read on and on and on, the Indian Country Network. And I will say there was one caveat in the development of this organization where Navajo does actually hold their own seat based upon some of the nuances of that particular nation and the multiple states in which they reside, et cetera. We also have representation from California, the Northwest Tribal, as well as USET down in the Southeast. So we obviously continue to try to plug in as much as we can to get that feedback. And this organization, our Tribal Working Group, actually meets on a monthly basis, virtually at this point. And then we have 2 in-person meetings a year. And this organization, or this body, actually serves as a great pilot for a lot of the projects, concepts, and themes that we continue to roll out from our organization. And so I do want to stop and just thank those of you that may be on the call that are part of our Tribal Working Group for the hard work that you do and for your continued engagement and participation in the evolution of public safety broadband as it relates to Indian country and tribal needs. Next slide. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Gutierrez, to talk a little bit about the tribal consultation policy that has been formed up after the opt-in decision. Margaret?
Thank you, Adam. So one of the first items that the tribal team worked on was the development of a tribal consultation policy. When Adam and I came to work for FirstNet, there was not a tribal consultation policy in place, so that was one of the first things the organization did. The policy was initially put in place, I believe, in early 2017. But we did go ahead and update that in February of 2020 once our partner was on board. The TWG was very involved in that. They provided feedback and input to the policy and followed it from start to finish. The policy can be found on the FirstNet.gov website. On the website, you'll find the original letter that was geared towards tribal leaders, the delegation of authority that is needed, and the tribal consultation policy itself. If your tribe wishes to consult or has questions, you can reach out to either Adam or myself directly, or you can email the consultation email, which is tribal.consultation@firstnet.gov. Once again, that's tribal.consultation@firstnet.gov. The process in short is that you submit a delegation of authority and or a letter on tribal head requesting consultation. Adam or I will respond within 24 hours, and then we look at dates that work for both of us, that work best. We come out, we do an in-person meeting with you. It's documented formally. AT&T does not participate in that consultation. It is specifically government to government, but we do share the outcome of that meeting and questions, comments, concerns back with AT&T. Next slide. At this point, I would like to turn it over to Tani from Oglala Sioux, Tim from Citizen Potawatomi Nation, and Chris from Navajo Nation to share their perspectives on the network and some of their own experiences. Next slide. Tani, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Tawny, we can.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tawny Zenica. I am a tribal enrolled member of the Oglala tribe in Pine Ridge, South Dakota. And I am the IT director for our police department. I just wanted to share a little bit of our history and what we've actually been able to accomplish with FirstNet. Prior to FirstNet, we really didn't have any infrastructure. We had little to no infrastructure as far as being able to adequately connect any of our police officers, any of our buildings to what they needed as far as information. Currently, we have 56 patrol officers on our reservation. Our reservation consists of 9 districts scattered throughout remote communities. We do cover 3 counties. Can you do the next slide, please? Okay. So we do cover 3 counties in southwestern South Dakota. Currently, we are, for call for service for the year, we have 71,000, which for officers covering that amount of land base and calls, it was difficult getting them information. So what we had done is actually looked into FirstNet, looked at what could be done and the advantages. So we had decided to go with FirstNet. Since then, we've been able to actually get connectivity into every police vehicle and every police building, a lot more cost effective. With each vehicle, we're now able to provide the officers with access to our records management software, to NCIC, to be able to have that connectivity for priorities. And also, we haven't used it yet, but the deployables, if needed, it's good to know that it's there. If we ever do need to have a time of crisis, we'll have to call them out. But so far, the biggest advantages has been being able to keep track of the officers. Sometimes backup could be an hour away. So being able to track their location by using the connectivity has been a really big advantage. Officer safety is always our number 1 priority. Any other questions or?
Thank you, Tawny. Can you go to the next slide, Tim?
Good morning. I'm Tim Zintek. I am Director of Emergency Management, Fire Department, Housekeeping, Homeland Security, Maintenance, and Emergency Communications for Citizen Potawatomi Nation in Oklahoma. I'm also the chairman of the Intertribal Emergency Management Coalition of Oklahoma. Been at this position now for the last 20 years. When FirstNet first came to our attention here at the tribe, we were fairly skeptical. Didn't really understand the impact that it would have on first responders. So I began investigating and figuring out what exactly FirstNet was supposed to do. Did sit through several webinars and meetings, had lots of discussion with the state coordinator and with, of course, Margaret and Adam, and with the authority. And everything I heard was good. We've got several users now that are on. Most of them are subscriber themselves. One of the benefits that we have found that has been a very good thing for tribes is the cost. Cost of the FirstNet system is much less than a commercial side, but it's built specifically for the first responder community. It's a reliable system. We've not had hardly any issues with getting on the system, and as part of our normal day-to-day operations, we have at least two very large festivals here at our nation each year. One consists of around 5,000 people a year, and the other one was somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000 visitors to our complex. And in both of those settings, the communication systems would be overwhelmed. There was so many people on the phone where the towers are located that it would saturate the system. So as I understand it, we were one of the first tribal nations to request a SATCOPE and get a SATCOPE. And when the first year we requested and they come out and set up, it was a new system for everyone. And it did take them a little while to set up the SATCOPE and get it programmed and functioning. But when they did get it done, it made a tremendous difference where our first responders could actually communicate, where on the commercial side they couldn't. The second year we asked and received a deployable. The team come out, they set up the truck, and within less than an hour or so they were completely done. We were online and were working wonderfully. And as it so happened, AT&T had scheduled a upgrade on the tower that the commercial side was using, and it went down. Well, when it went down, the only communications in our area was the SATCOPE and FirstNet. So we were very thankful that we could receive the SATCOPE and utilize it through our festival for our first responders. The requesting procedure was fairly simple. There's a process to go through. A little form to fill out, the request with an email, and we have our answer within at least 7 days or so. So, and the planning process, working with AT&T, working with FirstNet, has been phenomenal. They're very accommodating. They do what they say they can do, and they do their very level best to make the system usable for all of the first responders, and it's almost like an individual basis because terrain is different across the country. The towers, the availability of being able to connect to towers, and I know this is an ongoing process, and they are in the process of building out. But once it is, I believe that FirstNet is probably going to be the go-to for all first responders around the country because it is reliable. It is a dedicated system for first responders with priority and preemptive service that in times of crisis when the commercial side of AT&T is saturated, the FirstNet phones will pass through and you can make your call and receive your call, which is vitally important. And not just the voice data, but voice communications, but data as well. We're very pleased with it. We're a large proponent for FirstNet and would recommend it to all. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Tim. We'll do questions at the end. Next slide.
All right, this is Chris Vicente. Looks like I'm up next. Hey, good morning, good afternoon to everyone attending. Definitely appreciate the invitation to be on this panel. Let me introduce myself really quick. My name is Christopher Vicente. I'm the Executive Director with the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. I'm actually coming at you right now from Window Rock, Arizona, capital of the Navajo Nation. Just wanted to share some of the experience I had with FirstNet, especially around COVID. Presently, I think it was already mentioned that we're actually located in 3 states in the Four Corner area. So we're in Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico. So when I met Margaret and Adam, they were great on making sure that their advocacy around FirstNet, I mean, it's truly important on how this product's going to be shaping different aspects for first responders. So I guess some of the examples I wanted to provide to everyone is, so this time last year, in the beginning of September, we actually have our Navajo Nation Fair, which draws in tens of thousands of people. So I think one of the examples that we can definitely provide is we actually requested the SAT cults here during the Navajo Nation Fair. During that time, we did also receive some demo devices that the officers that were actually the officers that were taking care of the fair, the thing that they noticed is that their personal phones, due to the congestion of the networks, they weren't able to send a text message or receive phone calls. So that they did want to rely on their two-way radio heavily. So that's where the SAT call came in. And in the pictures here, I'll kind of go into these in detail here in a bit, but I just wanted to provide that during that time when the officers were actually able to get their job and duties done by communications and not utilizing their two-way radios. So whenever their text messages or phone calls, they were actually using the push-to-talk feature. So again, this was all done through the SAT call. So again, when it comes to the SAT call, it's like what Tim mentioned earlier. It's definitely day and night, especially when you're planning events and you know that you're going to need additional capacity in areas, or there's coverage issues due to topographic areas, due to hills, mountains, or wherever the situation may be. And another example is recently, due to COVID, so we have 2 of our regional providers who's had the challenge of trying to keep up with the amount of capacity, with everyone trying to do distant learning as well as just working from home. So in the peak back at April of this year, the picture you see right now, we actually had these 2 SAT cults brought out, and it was requested by our Navajo Nation Department of Health as well as FEMA, because due to the congestion on the network, we were having issues with a couple phone calls and data. So FirstNet immediately responded with a couple of the SAT cults, and we actually strategically placed them in 2 locations just in case any of the buildings needed to be evacuated. So on the right side, that's actually next to one of our buildings that the Department of Health and the Health Operations Command Centers currently. So during that time, they set that up there. In the event they needed to be evacuated, we requested a second one at our neighboring location at the Department of Transportation, which is Sabanito. So the picture on the left. So, of course, at some point in the peak of COVID, all precautionary measures were taken into consideration. However, we did eventually have to evacuate the Health Command Operations Center because due to a compromise with COVID. So I just wanted to share our experience around this and FirstNet's response. Whenever there's a request, they immediately respond. So currently we're working with FirstNet as well with our deployment throughout Navajo Nation on the New Mexico side, along like the interstate and one of our major highways, we do have FirstNet service there. And currently, the build-out right now is happening as we speak. Of course, due to COVID, it did delay a lot of things. So in anticipation for this, we already have a couple of phones that we're using right now. So in the event that we need to request a sat call, that those devices will have access to those sat calls. I guess one of the other things that we're really looking at and are really interested in is just FirstNet when they do deploy the network here within the Navajo Nation, because it's going to give our first responders their own basically network, because the fact that there's going to be a new network for them that gives them the ability to start using tools and technology that they've been wanting to use. But the thing and the challenges that we face here is due to the amount of infrastructure we have in terms of towers is limited. So when any of our first responders, depending on their location, as crazy as this sounds, if they're in one area, one service provider is going to work better. And if they move to a different area, one service provider is going to work better. So, and FirstNet, I think, is going to be something that's definitely going to be addressing a lot of issues, and we're just really looking forward to it. So, again, I just wanted to share some of the experiences that we already had with FirstNet. So, thank you, and just again, appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me on the panel.
So Stephanie, this is Adam really quick. And first off, I want to say to all the panelists, thank you for sharing your stories about the interactions with FirstNet and how those experiences have helped to support the different needs and efforts that you have going on to make our communities better and safer. I know that before we jump into the Q&A, I did want to now take an opportunity to introduce Carrie Johnson, who is also on the line. Carrie is on the partnership side, she is the non-Fed. She works for AT&T and has helped to do also a lot of the coordination with some of the representatives that you saw here today from the various tribal nations. So, Carrie, I'm hoping we could do a quick introduction of yourself and the AT&T component of this, and then jump into the question and answers about the comments that have come up in the chat regarding Alaska. So, Carrie?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that introduction, Adam. And I just want to say thank you again to our tribal public safety experts, the three of you who shared your expertise and firsthand experience on FirstNet. Like Adam said, my name is Carrie Johnson. I serve as one of our directors of strategy and policy for the FirstNet team at AT&T. And one of my key areas of focus is our build out of FirstNet on both rural as well as tribal lands. My background, I'm originally from South Dakota, and my professional background is in rural and tribal broadband expansion. So as far as when looking at on the AT&T side of things and talking about this partnership and really what it means for broadband expansion, it is quite exciting because really the driving force behind where this infrastructure is being deployed is where public safety needs it. As part of our contract with the First Responder Network Authority, at every single phase of this initial 5-year build out, and this is a 25-year project, so we have an initial plan for 5 years, but then we'll continuously be working to improve and evolve and extend the reach of FirstNet. But for this initial 5 years, at every single phase of the development, we face both rural and non-rural coverage targets that we need to meet. We're a little over 2 years into this initial 5-year build out, and we've already seen some really exciting progress. The build out consists of adding that public safety band 14 spectrum to existing sites, so that's tens of thousands of sites across the country. We're also deploying more than 1,000 new cell sites across the country, in locations that public safety identified as a priority. Many of those sites are located in rural areas. And then really the third category of our build out is collaborating with rural wireless providers to further extend the reach of FirstNet. And again, just in our first 2.5 years, we're already starting to see some of the infrastructure come online, which is super exciting. And, it wouldn't be possible if it weren't for our tribal partners and the local partners who we've worked with to really, get the necessary approvals and be able to get this infrastructure, on air. And so just kind of as a high-level view, so when we look at some of our new tower sites that have gone live, we now have FirstNet tower sites on air that have actually started to improve coverage and extend coverage for tribal first responders, including sites on or near tribal communities in Alaska, South Dakota, Kansas, Montana, Minnesota, Washington, Wisconsin, Wyoming, Florida, Idaho, and Oklahoma. So, already in that 2.5 years, we made some really great progress. Some good examples of those sites include a site that a new FirstNet site for the Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. We worked collaboratively with Red Cliff to really make that site a possibility and a reality. Also, it's wonderful to have Tani on as a fellow panelist. Just a month or so ago, we were excited to turn up a new FirstNet site on the Pine Ridge Reservation in Martin. So it's just really exciting to start seeing this infrastructure, going online. And that's really to thank this innovative public-private partnership, this collaboration with the FirstNet Authority, and really it's where public safety needs this coverage. That's what's driving it. So now transitioning over to some of the questions. We did get one question in the chat regarding Alaska, and our panelists between Chris and Tim mentioned the FirstNet deployable assets. So already in Alaska, we have responded to deployable requests. A couple examples would be we sent a FirstNet deployable out to provide connectivity in June of this year, June of 2019 to the Hess fire near Livengood, Alaska, as well as June of this year, 2020, we supported the Isom Creek fire in Stevens Village, Alaska. So that's something that we already have kind of that proof point where we have been able to deploy those assets. We also have been expanding some of the permanent infrastructure as well, and we're excited to have already turned up a new FirstNet site in Bethel. So any other questions, folks can feel free to enter it into the chat, and I'd be happy to answer or with our panelists.
If I could jump in, Carrie. So we are sort of at time for the session, but I do want to make sure our listeners on the phone maybe have an opportunity to ask one or two questions as well. So operator, if you could open the phone line for questions, we'll see if anybody has a question real quick as well.
Once again, if you would like to ask a question on the phone, please press *1, and please be sure to record your name when prompted to be introduced.
Do we have any questions coming in?
We have no questions at this time on the phone, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Well, it sounds like you guys just did a fantastic job of explaining your programs through your presentation. So thank you all for joining us today. That was really excellent. I see that Adam has put his contact information into the chat. And again, these materials will be being posted online. After the summit, we'll be putting the PowerPoints online, as well as the video recording of the summit will be on our YouTube channel. This video should be able to go up before the end of the weekend. So thank you all. We are now going to take...
And it looks like we do have one question that did come through the chat, if we do have an extra minute.
Sure, we can we'll take one more quick question.
Yeah, so it looks like Tani actually got a question, and the question was, were you able to connect IHS, Tribal Ambulance, BIA, BIA Fire, So it looks like a question about kind of, interoperability and coordination across agencies even beyond OST-DPS.
Hi, yes. So I worked individually with public safety only. I do know that the tribal appellants did work with FirstNet on their own and are connected. So I am not sure about BIA. I did not work with them.
Okay, we did get one other challenge about kind of, or a question about main challenges that you face. And I would just say that, as far as kind of broadband deployment, in kind of some of these more remote areas, definitely power, transport, weather can be a challenge. That's something we're up against is trying to make sure that we are able to start moving infrastructure before some of the ground freezes. So those are some of the more logistical challenges. I don't know if any of the other panelists have any other thoughts about, challenges, at least with your experience with FirstNet that you'd like to share, or broadband in general. Otherwise, we can wrap, but I'll hand it over to the team at BIA.
It sounds like that's all we have for today, so we are going to go ahead and continue with our short break. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the time and dedication. If you do have additional questions, again, please reach out directly to FirstNet. Their contact information was provided earlier and is in the chat. Margaret.Gutierrez@firstnet.com or FirstNet.gov. Margaret.Gutierrez@firstnet.gov or tribalconsultation@firstnet.gov. We'll now take our break and return in 10 minutes at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time for a presentation from the Department of Justice on the Tribal Access Program for National Crime Information. Thank you all.
Welcome back, everyone. I will turn conference back over to Stephanie Henning.
Thank you, and thanks everyone for coming back and joining us again for the next portion of the National Tribal Broadband Summit. Getting us started this afternoon, we have an overview of the Tribal Access Program for National Crime Information from the U.S. Department of Justice with Chris Cheney. Take it away.
Thank you, Stephanie. Yahweh Sageno, I'm glad that you're all well and we are here together today. My name is Chris Cheney. My traditional name is Gayeho Wasago. I'm a member of the Seneca Cayuga Nation, and I grew up on our tribe's reservation near Grove, Oklahoma. I work as an attorney for the FBI Office of the General Counsel, and I am on a special assignment to the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Tribal Justice. I spend most of my time at the Office of Tribal Justice working on issues related to information sharing, and most of that is related to working on the Tribal Access Program. I'm honored to be talking with you today talking to you during the National Tribal Broadband Summit about the Tribal Access Program. Tribal access to broadband is very important to the Department of Justice Tribal Access Program. And this is because one of the technical requirements to participate in TAP is that participating tribes must have access to high-speed internet. If a tribal government does not have access to high-speed internet, then the TAP system simply does not work. So when tribes apply for participation in the system, that's one of the first questions we ask is, does your community have access to high-speed internet? So exactly what is the Tribal Access Program for Crime Information? We call it TAP, or Tribal Access Program for short. And the short explanation is that TAP is a safe and secure means that authorized tribal government agencies can use to access relevant criminal justice information maintained by the FBI Criminal Justice Information Sharing Systems. Now, FBI's Criminal Justice Information Sharing Division is located in Clarksburg, West Virginia, and that's where the nation's criminal histories and other criminal justice information sharing systems are located. I'm calling you from my home in the Clarksburg, West Virginia area today, and once again, I feel honored to be with you. So there's two ways that information is accessed using the TAP system. There are two purposes, I should say. One of them is for tribal criminal justice agencies. So here we're talking about tribal police departments, tribal prosecutors' offices, tribal criminal courts, things like that. And for tribal criminal justice agencies, it means name-based access to the national crime databases so that those agencies can get information about criminal suspects, criminal defendants in tribal court, information about fugitives, persons subject to domestic violence protection orders, persons prohibited from possessing firearms, missing persons, and a variety of other critical criminal justice information. For tribal non-criminal justice agencies, there are also authorized uses that are authorized under federal law. And some of the tribal non-criminal justice agencies that use the TAP system include social services, schools, medical clinics, Head Start, tribal housing authorities, entities that have specific authority from Congress to access the FBI criminal justice, the FBI's criminal history record information in order to get those records when they're doing background checks for persons who are subject to certain background check requirements as required by Congress. Let's go to the next slide. Thank you. So there's some federal laws that, there's lots of federal laws that talk about access to the FBI systems for tribal government agencies. On the criminal justice side, two of the key provisions are the Violence Against Women Act and the Tribal Law and Order Act. And both of these laws confirm what the FBI was actually doing before these laws were enacted, and that is allowing tribal law enforcement agencies to access the FBI system for criminal justice purposes. And not only does the Violence Against Women Act, Tribal Law and Order Act authorize that type of access, there's actually another statute, 34 U.S. Code 41107, that actually says the Attorney General, meaning the Attorney General of the United States, shall ensure that tribal law enforcement officials that meet applicable standards be permitted access to the system. And TAP is an outgrowth of that particular statute. As part of the Department of Justice's responsibility to make sure that our tribal police agencies and tribal prosecutors and tribal court judges are able to get access to the appropriate information for criminal justice purposes, and that's one of the reasons why we created TAP. Some of the other reasons we created TAP was because there were some challenges that tribes have been telling the Department of Justice about for a number of years. And it varied a lot depending on what jurisdiction or which state your tribal government is located. But we found that a number of tribes across the United States, most tribes access the FBI data by going through a state network. And when you go through the state criminal justice information sharing system, of course, you have to follow their rules. You have to follow their statutes, their regulations, and their policies. And in some states, not all states, but in some states, there were restrictions on how the tribes would access that data. And it was, in some states, it was quite a big problem. In fact, there was one state that I'm not going to name, but there was one state that actually prohibited tribal law enforcement agencies from using their network to access the FBI data. And so we said, well, if some of the states are going to be doing this, then we need to provide an alternative that will help tribes be successful to get the information they need. And so we'll provide a access through a federal network instead. And let's go to the next slide. These problems with lack of access in some of the states was creating a lot of problems for tribes in basic criminal justice applications. For instance, let's say if you're a tribal police officer and you pull over a speeder or a suspected fugitive, and you want to know who this person is. Are they a fugitive? Are they a suspected terrorist? Are they subject to a domestic violence protective order? What's going on? In some tribal jurisdictions, going through the state system, they just couldn't get the adequate information, and frankly, it was putting the public in danger, and it was putting tribal police officers in danger. And by allowing tribal criminal justice agencies to have full access, it basically impacts the public safety in a very positive way because they have the information they need to do their job, just like any other federal, state, city, or county police department. So we started a couple of pilot projects in 2010. One of those is still going and has been incorporated into what we now know as the Tribal Access Program. As we were doing these, talking with tribes, doing the pilot project, we had meetings with tribes. We collaborated not only with other Department of Justice components, but we also collaborated with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Justice Services, and most importantly, with the tribes themselves to find out exactly what could be done to make things work better for the tribal law enforcement agencies. So we came up with TAP to expand that access. And of course, like anything in the federal government, we had to worry about how we were going to pay for that. And because Congress had not appropriated direct funds to do that. So we talked to some of our sister agencies in the Department of Justice and the DOJ SMART Office, the DOJ COPS Office, and the DOJ Office on Victims of Crime all agreed to help out, to help finance this project. Each of those three components had different reasons for interest in supporting the project. The SMART Office wanted to make sure that tribal sex offender registries were able to function effectively and that the correct information could be entered into the system. The DOJ COPS Office wanted to make sure that tribal police departments could get access to the system so that they could do their jobs just like any other police departments in the U.S. And the DOJ Office on Victims of Crime wanted to protect crime victims, and one of their focuses was to protect victims of domestic violence by making sure that tribes had a way to get domestic violence protection order information into the systems, because federal law allows tribal court domestic violence protective orders to be honored nationwide, not just on the reservation, but across the U.S. I'd also like to mention that the Department of Justice participates in the Federal Interagency Working Group on Environmental Justice, which in turn has a Native American and Indigenous Peoples Committee that is interested in efforts to increase broadband access to tribal communities. Next slide, please. So our funding partners, SMART, COPS, and OVC, like I said, they agreed to help fund this project, and it was launched in August 2015 at the Department of Justice FBI CJIS Tribal Day, which was in Tulsa, Oklahoma that year. And it was announced that we would be starting this program, and we've been having great success ever since. Not only did we work closely with the three funding components, but we also worked closely with, like I said earlier, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Of course, we worked with the FBI Criminal Justice Information Services Division because they are the repository for the data that is being accessed. And we worked closely with the tribes. So exactly what is TAP? How does it work? There's three parts to TAP: access, technology, and training. Access is what I've been talking about so far, and basically the U.S. Department of Justice Office of the Chief Information Officer, which runs the program on a daily basis, they serve as what we call the CJIS Systems Agency. for the federally recognized tribes that participate in the TAP system. DOJ provides I guess you could say the network connectivity to make sure that they can have the technical ability to get the information, to not only submit information, but also to receive information. And it's based on the same model that DOJ OCAO is already using with a number of federal criminal justice agencies that are going directly to the FBI instead of going through the state network. And then there's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff like security training. That includes personnel security training, so people have the information that they need to do their jobs, IT security training, and physical security training, such as covering such things as where the equipment can be located and who can have access to it. The Department of Justice also helps vet the agencies that would be participating and even the individual users who will be using the system to make sure that only qualified people can use the system. They also provide training, testing, and auditing. The technology part, I'm going to talk about in a little more detail in a minute. There's two basic systems that we offer. One is called TAP Lite and one is called TAP Full. TAP Lite is a system for criminal justice agencies. And so if you have a tribal police agency that wants to access the system to do criminal justice name-based record checks and to enter criminal justice information, they can use the TAP Lite kiosk, which is software, federally purchased software that's installed on tribal government computers. The other method of access is the TAP Full, and that involves a kiosk. I'm going to show you a picture of one in a minute. And basically, this has the fingerprint scanner and allows for the submission of fingerprint information. And also, and we'll talk more about that in just a second. And then the third part is training. We don't want to just set up the equipment and walk away. Instead, we want to make sure that the staff that will be using the system know exactly what they can and cannot do so that they don't get in trouble. We want to make sure that they know what the capabilities are, how to use the system, tips for improving their productivity, and also analyzing their needs and helping to provide solutions and ideas about how to get maximum use out of the system. Next slide, please. So this is the TAP Full kiosk, and a lot of the tribes have these systems. This is all this stuff that you see in the picture, except for the file cabinet. That doesn't count, but everything else is provided free of charge to the tribal governments that participate. There's a camera at the top for booking purposes in case the tribe wants to use it to book prisoners and arrestees. There is a monitor, a keyboard like on most computers. There's this kiosk. People jokingly call them Pac-Man machines because it reminds some folks of the old style arcade games that people would go use back when I was a kid. And it has a live scan device. A live scan is a fingerprint scanner, and it allows for under the old way of taking fingerprints. You've probably seen where you put somebody's finger in ink and roll it on a card, and then they do the index finger and the next finger and the next finger, and then they send it into the FBI at Clarksburg, West Virginia, and they might accept it or they might send it back and say, oh, a couple of the prints are smudged or they're too light. Today, with the live scan machine, the fingerprints are rolled. The computer will tell you immediately if a fingerprint is too light or smudged or unacceptable for some other reason, and the computer will just say, roll that fingerprint again, and you just do it, and then when all the fingerprints are rolled, you have a full set of fingerprints, and there's no guesswork in it. It's all it all comes out very nicely. And then there's a scanner and a printer that come with this type of setup. Next slide, please. So with the TAP Full kiosk, there's a number of databases that the FBI maintains that the kiosk allows access to. One of them is NGI, which is Next Generation Identification. Some of you who have been familiar with these types of systems in the past might know about APHIS or IAPHIS. And NGI is the new name for what used to be called IAPHIS. Basically, this is the fingerprint indexed criminal history record information. Another system is NCIC, the National Crime Information Center. This is the system that police officers use on a daily basis to identify whether somebody's a fugitive, whether there's a domestic violence protective order that they are subject to, whether that person is a wanted terrorist or is a convicted sex offender. And it also has files about missing persons. I know there's a lot of concern about missing persons these days, and NCIC is the system that contains the missing persons file and keeps that information for criminal justice purposes. III, the Interstate Identification Index, is it's not really a database as much as it is a system or an index system that helps pull together rap sheets. For instance, if your officer is running wants a criminal history on a suspect, or if the tribal court judge needs a criminal history because they want to know for sentencing purposes whether or not the person has prior convictions, they can get a rap sheet, and that rap sheet will compile criminal histories from federal, state, and tribal resources and pull them all and put them in one rap sheet so that they can compile that all into one report essentially. INLETS is a interstate public safety information sharing network that the states run. The TAP kiosk allows criminal justice agencies to access that. Basically, that's DMV databases and other information that states maintain that the FBI does not have. The NICS system is a system that documents people who are ineligible, who cannot legally possess a firearm. And so when people attempt to purchase a firearm at a firearms dealer, they do a background check, and if that person's in the NICS system as a prohibited person, they will not be able to purchase a firearm. Some of the reasons that people might be prohibited from possessing a firearm is if they have a tribal court domestic violence conviction, a tribal court domestic violence protection order entered against them, a felony conviction, including from tribal courts that exercise felony jurisdiction. And there's a number of other categories that are beyond the scope of this presentation that I could get you more information about later if you're interested. Index is the National Data Exchange System. I'm going to tell you a story about Index a little bit later if we have time, a success story from Indian country. But suffice it to say that it's a criminal justice investigative tool that allows state, federal, and tribal law enforcement agencies to share information across jurisdictional lines to help break cases that might affect more than one jurisdiction. And then all users that have access to the TAPFul kiosk have access to an leo.gov email account, which is an FBI secure email account that is used for a variety of purposes. Next slide, please. So on the right, you'll see that the same slide you just saw, the TAPFul. On the left is what the TAP Lite looks like. And basically it is merely software. And it's installed on a tribal government-owned computer, and it allows access to NCIC, III, INLETS, and NICS, and doesn't have all of the functionality that the kiosk has, mainly because it doesn't have the fingerprint scanner or the fingerprint access. Next slide, please. So we get a lot of questions about, well, which tribal government agencies actually can use the system? And so I'm going to talk about criminal justice agencies, and I'm going to talk about non-criminal justice agencies. So on the criminal justice side, It's the stuff you would normally think about associated with the criminal justice system. Things like police, tribal criminal investigators, the criminal division of the tribal court, tribal prosecutor's office. If your tribe has pretrial services, a jail or a detention facility, probation, parole, all of those components that enforce your tribe's criminal laws are agencies that can use the system. Typical uses that we find for tribal criminal justice agencies have utilized the system for include things like entering arrest warrants, tribal police and tribal courts who have an interest in having a suspect extradited from another jurisdiction in case they flee the reservation. They can enter those arrest warrants into the system so that other jurisdictions can pick them up and return them to the reservation through the extradition process. Tribal courts love the system. They a lot of them enter in dispositions and conviction information so that information can be shared with other jurisdictions. The law enforcement agencies like police can use the system to share investigative records and to get investigative information from the FBI, from other Department of Justice components, and from other jurisdictions. There's intelligence products that can be accessed through the system. In addition to some of the databases I mentioned earlier, I neglected to mention there's also information in NCIC about gang members. There's also known and suspected terrorist file that's available. I mentioned people that are prohibited from possessing firearms, domestic violence protective orders. And basically, it just serves as a way to share that type of information. Now, as a point of interest, some people ask us, well, how fast is the system? And for a NCIC type check that a police officer on the side of the road or after making an arrest might do, those NCIC checks, from the time that the dispatcher sends the information to the FBI, Criminal Justice Information Services Division in West Virginia, and until the time they get a response back to the tribal dispatch, the elapsed time is 2/100ths of 1 second. It's extremely fast. To the dispatcher, it will appear to be instantaneous. They enter the data, send, and the information comes back basically immediately. 2/100ths of 1 second is the response time for a typical NCIC check. Next slide. Non-criminal justice agencies can use the Tap Full kiosk if they have authority from Congress. And there are a number of tribal criminal justice agencies that Congress has authorized to access the FBI data for non-criminal justice purposes. A big one is sex offender registries. Those are actually classified as non-criminal justice agencies, but they enter vital information into the FBI system to share information about registered sex offenders. And most tribes outside of Alaska and California, most tribes do have sex offender registries. And even in some states that are fairly easy for tribes to work with on criminal justice information sharing, some of them were still having problems with sex offender registry information because of technical requirements that the states were imposing, or just statutory or regulatory problems. And so this provides a way to get that information to the FBI so you can be in compliance with the Sex Offender Registration Notification Act without having to go through the state unless there's a reason that the tribe needs to do that. Civil courts, there are certain purposes that tribal court civil divisions can use the system. Public housing, there's a federal statute that says a tribal housing authority can access FBI data to do background checks, access the criminal history record information data to do background checks on people who are going to be, or have applied to be tenants in tribal housing authority projects. Child Protective Services can do investigative work under the Adam Walsh Act and access some of the systems. The most common use we see for non-criminal justice agencies is based on a statute that's codified at 25 U.S. Code 3207. And that statute allows tribal government agencies who are hiring employees who have access to or control over children to do background checks on those applicants. Typical categories would include things like daycare workers, teachers, doctors, nurses, and medical personnel, social service agency workers, probation officers, people who have access to children. And it also includes 3207D of that statute also applies to foster care. So if a person applies to be a foster parent, the tribes want to make sure that they're not giving the custody of the child over to somebody who is not going to be protect that child. And so foster care is a very big deal. In fact, Congress passed the Native American Child Safety Act just in 2016 to make it positive and clear that foster care was a legitimate purpose to access the system. Head Start, child support enforcement agencies also have some limited access. So let's see. Entering orders of protection is obviously an important thing to help protect people who have been victims of domestic abuse. And so there's a variety of agencies, and once again, participating tribes get training on exactly what they can use the system for and what they can do with the system. Next slide, please. So we got a question. Sometimes we get questions about okay, this is just the phases of the deployment of the system. On the last slide, it says expected FY19. Let's go back a slide to the one that's called TAP phases. There we go. Thank you. It says 72 tribes and over 400 agencies. That number has continued to climb since we last updated this slide. We are now at over 90 federally recognized tribes that have been approved to participate in TAP. And we're also deploying now at BIA, Office of Justice Service, law enforcement, direct service offices across the country. I think there's 29 locations that those are going in. And we're also deploying at BIA Social Service, direct service locations. So the system's being made available to both BIA and tribes. Next slide, please. So on this next slide, you'll see a map of the tribes that are currently participating. So there's 90 tribes there. Once we have all the BIA direct service offices that I was talking about, once we have them hooked up, I think that adds another something like 65 more tribes. So the system is gradually growing across Indian country and being in a position to be able to protect more and more people. Next slide. And then one more slide. We get a lot of questions about the BIA Purpose Code X program. We work closely with the BIA on implementation of that. And basically, it's a system to help tribal social service agencies to do checks, certain types of name-based checks, even if they don't have immediate access to fingerprints. Sometimes in emergencies, they can access the system through assistance with the BIA if everything's set up properly, and that's called Purpose Code X. We work a lot with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and we also work carefully with the Amber Alert in Indian Country Initiative. We work closely with those agencies because they also deal with criminal justice information sharing and in particular helping to locate missing people, which is a big concern. Next page, please. So I wanted to provide a quick success story, just to give you an idea of how the system can work, especially in a missing persons case. This is a true story. I'm not going to give you the name of the tribe for privacy reasons, but we had a situation where a tribal elder had gotten kidnapped from a reservation in a western state. And the tribal police department had a short list of suspects, but they weren't able to make much progress with the investigation because nobody knew much about the suspects or where they were or what their motives were or how to contact them. It was believed that one of the suspects was living off the reservation, but nobody knew where. And so the tribal police department got on the TAP kiosk and went to the National Data Exchange System, which is one of those databases maintained by the FBI that the TAP system allows access to for criminal justice agencies. Tribal police officer ran a Google search on the suspect's name, a Google type search, I should say. It's not Google, it's FBI system. And they ran the search, and they got a hit. And the search led to a police report from an unrelated crime in a nearby off-reservation jurisdiction. And the tribal police officer pulled up a copy of the police report, and sure enough, there was the name of the suspect that they had, and that the police officer who had investigated this other unrelated crime had noted the suspect's address. So they called the local jurisdiction, the local police department that had jurisdiction, and said, "Can you please check, see if the suspect is here and if this kidnapped elder is present?" And they were able to go there, and sure enough, they found the suspect there with the kidnapped elder, and the elder was able to be rescued. And so that was a potential life-saving situation that the system was used for. I think there's things that go on probably almost every day that are success stories with TAP. We just don't hear about all of them because they're not always reported to us, and things move very quickly in the criminal justice system, and so a lot of times we just don't hear about them. But the system has a day-to-day applicability to protect the public and also to protect victims of crime. And last slide, please. So here's our contact information. Tribal access at usdoj.gov. If you have any questions or inquiries about the system, you can email that address and we'll get you a response. And then there's our website. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, one of the technical requirements to participate in TAP is that the tribal agencies must have access to high-speed internet. If a tribal government does not have high-speed internet, then the TAP system just will not work. And so we won't deploy there. Broadband access is critical to improving public safety in this era. And that's one of the questions that I'm anticipating is going to be asked is, well, how our tribe does not yet participate in TAP, how do we apply? The answer is that the application period is going to open up probably later this fall or early winter. The way to find out is to keep checking our website. As you can see, www.justice.gov/tribal/TAP. And if you get on that website and monitor that every so often, you'll eventually see when the next application period is opening up. And then we hope that you have interest in the TAP system, and that if your tribe meets the criteria, we'd love to see your application come in. And with that, Stephanie, I turn the time over to you in case there's any questions.
Thank you, Chris, for that presentation. We really appreciate you being here with us today. At this time, we will open up for questions from our audience. So if you'd like to submit a question over the chat, please do so now. Or operator, if you'd also please open the audio line, and we'll take a question from the chat while we wait for the phone to queue up.
Thank you, Stephanie. If you would like to ask a question over the phone, please press *1. Please record your first name clearly when prompted. Thank you.
Thank you. So it does look like we have a question in the chat from Jack. Does the Violence Against Women grant still have a 50% cut if you have a different police borough?
I don't know the answer to that question, but if Jack can email me that question, I will refer it to the person who knows. And my email address is Christopher, CHRISTOPHER, .B, as in Brent, .Cheney, spelled CHANEY, at USDOJ.gov. Christopher.B.Cheney at USDOJ.gov. Yes, that is it. Thank you, Stephanie. And I don't know the answer, but I'll pass your question along to somebody who does know the answer.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on the phone?
We do not currently have any questions in queue.
Thank you. Okay, so Chris, you talked a lot about this tribal access program and the ways that it can help or support sort of more proactive responses and background checks for a variety of tribal programs, and that requirement for the high-speed internet program. So when tribes do approach you around getting or around becoming part of this program and getting the tribal access program in their communities, but maybe don't have the exact level of high-speed internet needs, what are you able to do to support connecting them with the right resources? Do you direct them to US Broadband USA? How do you work with tribes on getting up to the minimum eligibility requirements?
It's a very good question. And I don't think we're involved in that part of it. Basically, that we're so involved in actually administering the program that the tribes who, if they don't qualify, they just are denied access and they won't receive assistance. But if somebody wanted to ask the further question that you just did of how do we get access, we could point them in some directions and try to get them information that will be helpful. But as a matter of course, we don't do that on a day-to-day basis. But we would if somebody asked, yes.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned there's a requirement that the tribes must have high-speed internet access. What does that mean for the TAP program vis-a-vis the sort of, so the FCC has given a standard definition of broadband speed as a 25 megabits per second download speed, 3 megabits per second upload speed as the sort of minimum threshold for being considered having a broadband connection. Is that the same definition that's used for the TAP program, or is it variable depending on the type of connection?
Wow, that's a really good question. That 25.3 would be adequate. Exactly how much lower it could go and still be considered for participation, I don't know. And if somebody wanted me to follow up on that, send us an email and we'll get you an answer, but I don't know off the top of my head. I'm an attorney and unfortunately not great on the technical details. My apologies.
No problem. Just thought we'd see if we couldn't trip you up a little bit there. But
you did.
Do we have any, do we have any questions in from the phone?
Stephanie, we do not have any questions in queue at this time.
Okay, well then thank you very much, Chris. We deeply appreciate you being here today. And with that, we'll hopefully transition to our next presentation on UROC Connect broadband program. Do I have my speakers for this next session on the line? Jessica and Forrest?
Yep, Forrest is here.
Yeah, and Jessica is as well.
Excellent. Thank you both. So, Chris, thank you again for being here. And for those who maybe do have follow-up questions, again, the slide deck will be online later as well as a recording of the summit, so you'll be able to hear, again, all of his contact information. And with that, I will turn it over to Jessica Engel, IT Director for the UROC Tribe, and Forrest James, CEO of Enner Tribe, for our next presentation. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Jessica Engel. I am fortunate enough to be the Director of Information Technology for the Yurok Tribe. The Yurok Tribe is located in parts of Del Norte and Humboldt counties in Northern California. We're on a 44-mile stretch of the Klamath River, and it's one of the very few tribes who have never been removed from their ancestral lands in California. The Yurok people are federally recognized with 6,300 enrolled members, and the Yurok tribe is the largest tribe in California. So we are bordered by the Hupa Indian Reservation to the south and the Redwood National Park to the west. And there's a resident population of about 1,100 people on the reservation territory. Most of the community lives in Klamath, California, at the mouth of the Klamath River. We're working with Intertribe, a native and female-owned terror-approved contractor for the broadband improvements, including this project and project management. So I'll turn it over to Forrest.
Delaha, Tatage Ne Nusling, Talawa De Ni, Hawan Kwet Justy Nusling. Hello, Stephanie. Thank you very much for the introduction. Hello, everybody. My name is Forrest James. I am a citizen of the Talawa De Ni Nation that borders the Oregon and California coastal area. We're grateful to be a part of this project and supporting Jessica. As she mentioned, we're a Native and woman-owned consulting firm. Essentially, we help tribes fund, plan, build, and manage broadband infrastructure projects. In this particular case, it's interesting to note that we were brought in to work with the Yurok tribe in partnership with a project that they're working on with the Karuk tribe, which is a 104-mile fiber optic project located there in Northern California. But one thing that's also important to note is, as a contractor, sometimes I grew up going to council meetings, general membership meetings. I grew up seeing how difficult it can be to get the resources you need as a tribe. And as such, Intertribe was born and bred in tribal government, in tribal business. And really, I think the best way to explain how we engage as a contractor with tribes, which is significantly different than most industries, is more often than not, we spend at least 6 months to even sometimes a year simply trying to be added resources and volunteering for a tribe, helping them develop their planning, helping get the funding in, and doing all of those things. But the Yurok Connect project, it's really unique. The Yurok tribe has been doing this for about 10 years. And Jessica, did you want to jump into the next slide? Is this your turn?
Yeah, so just to add to that, I'll say that Forrest and Intertribe have been my phone a friend for the last 2 years, and just recently became a contractor for us. So the majority of the work that Forrest has helped me out with has been pro bono. So Yurok Connect is the tribe's WISP. It's the wireless internet service, and it's through our public utilities department, though it's housed in the IT department, sort of incubated in order to develop it and grow it. Yurok Connect was built from a 2009 Rural Utility Service USDA Community Connect grant and officially launched service in 2013. That grant was about $720,000, and at that time in 2013 we provided a standard service of just under 1 megabit and a premium service of 2 megabits, which has recently, within the last couple of years, been upgraded to the standard service of 1.6 megabit download and the premium service of 6 megabit download. Yurok Connect is fully self-supported from nearly 200 homes and businesses on the reservation internet service subscriptions, and it employs 4 full-time staff, all of whom are Yurok tribal members. So we can go to the next slide. One back. There we go. Yurok Connect has 7 relatively short or small towers that provide the backhaul for both the tribal government and our wireless internet service, Yurok Connect. So the backhaul is like a highway transporting the main traffic bandwidth across the reservation. It also provides two-way communications, residential and commercial broadband, and all of the Yurok tribal government offices' internet. So while we do provide an internet service, it definitely doesn't meet the guidelines to be considered high speed. Our current wireless backhaul is a leaking pipe of bandwidth. So just like water is transported into a community through a large pipe, broadband is broadcast through that pipe that connects each of the tower sites. So the tribe pays for 1 gigabit of bandwidth, but we're only able to use a small fraction of that. And this leaking pipe is due to inadequate height of our towers, tree growth, outdated and undersized equipment, and unlicensed frequency for distribution that causes interference. So we've had to get creative in funding these improvements. Pass it over to Forrest.
Sure, and if we can go to the next slide, that'd be great. So actually, we can keep going, and you'll have to forgive me. I'm used to pushing the button, so yeah, that's perfect. Let's stop there, Stephanie. So depending on who our listeners are today, typically we see some tribal leadership, we see some IT directors, CIOs, planners, GIS departments have seen just about the gamut, simply because we are all wearing many times a half a dozen different hats, trying to determine how to solve a simple problem. Yes, councils tend to incubate broadband or anything with a blinky light in the IT department. I'm sorry, IT department, that's usually how it goes. But in this particular case, the Yurok tribe, kind of give you an idea how we fit into the mix, we were brought in at this point to complete their broadband studies. We brought in several grants for the tribe that's funded the studies. We're re-engineering all 7 of their tower sites to accommodate cell phone providers. We're doing their wireless propagation studies. And the picture you're looking at here is essentially, it's the core backbone that the tribe uses for the whole government. So that includes their health care, their educational systems. It includes many of their residents. Now, while the Yurok tribe is to be applauded for achieving this, quite simply, the providers wouldn't bring in broadband, which in Indian country we're pretty used to, so they brought it in themselves. Although the proliferation of devices and needs for broadband, especially with the pandemic, have brought many other issues to the surface. So we were brought in to help take this red line that we'll call a backhaul, depending on how many acronyms it takes for your eyes to glaze over. We were brought in to take this from 100 megabits, full duplex, to 1 gigabit to 4 gigabits this year. So we finished all the engineering for this backhaul, and what you'll see by the end of the year is, figuratively speaking, that'll be a much thicker red line that interconnects all of their sites. So if we go to the next slide, I'd like to just walk you through, and it's important to understand. Let's see. Well, this is all right. I think I have a different PDF. I always liken broadband to water. If you're in tribal leadership or just a community activist and, technical things really aren't your thing, I always liken it to water because, quite simply, water is a resource. Yes, it's valuable when it's brought to us, but how we use it is really where we see the value. For instance, soup, washing hands, cleanliness, watering plants. Same thing with broadband. Great to bring it in. Need to start with that big fat pipe of water, and then you have something to actually distribute. And we can go to the next slide, please. And Jessica, jump in if I jump into your slides. I've only got one screen here. So where to start? Most tribes ask that. Where do we start? Funding is usually where it starts, but in the event that's not, the Yurok tribe's backhaul into the community starts right here in the small town of Crescent City, California, provided by Frontier and or Charter. This first, what we essentially did was upgraded all the equipment. So we're putting in 11 gigahertz licensed microwave cambium equipment throughout this entire network, starting with the backhaul. This deployment actually starts in about a week's time with a crew of about 8 to 10 people. You can go to the next slide. So no matter how much bandwidth you have in your first link, obviously you're only as good as that first link all the way through. So you see these marks. That's essentially the communities the tribe said, listen for us. We've got some broadband. These are our troubled communities. They have the most difficulty getting internet. There is no cell phone service. Can we design the network not only to increase our broadband across the reservation, but also to fill in the gaps? So what you're seeing is just a few of their core communities that we've been giving attention. We were asked to build new 150-foot communications towers that will offer co-location for companies like Verizon, U.S. Cellular, which we are helping with that process. But if we go to the next slide, Now, no matter where you're from, First Nations up north, indigenous communities down south here, you have these troubled areas, these areas that you're trying to simply solve a problem. The top arrow is a small community of Watek. The blue line that you're seeing is actually a 104-mile fiber project. Interestingly enough, this is a joint project between two tribes under a competitive local exchange carrier, a telephone company. This blue line gets started being built next year. The red arrow you're seeing there is a tower that we start building in about a week or 2 weeks' time to go ahead and light up that community with EBS spectrum, with 5 gigahertz spectrum, with even CBRS in many of these cases. And what that took is just evaluating each site, increasing the loading capacity for each of their towers, and then, of course, getting engineering and installing the equipment. We can go to the next slide. And Jessica, please interrupt me. I kind of lost what you were going to hand up. Okay.
Yeah, no, we're good. I just wanted to add some additional details because this project is one that has been a long time coming, meaning that we've been sort of getting by with minimal broadband speeds and these communities that are completely unserved with no communications. With the onset of COVID and our closing of a reservation, requesting tribal members to stay at home, there are multiple communities within the reservation boundaries with no form of communication whatsoever. And so we've had to approach this from many different angles and many different grants. We've had collaboration from not just our IT and broadband department, but also from our cultural department, the Tribal Heritage Preservation Officer, our planning department to help find funding for these pieces, Tribal Council by assigning some CARES Act funding to get us over the finish line for this project. And so it's been a multifaceted approach. The problem is there. I'm sure many communities, our tribal communities, face the same things we do, but with the onset of COVID, it just made it an immediate priority to get these improvements done so that people can stay at home and stay safe. And to date, we have no positive cases on the Yurok Reservation, which is a really great thing.
And one thing I'll add to that, what Jessica mentioned is, make no mistake, there's no one silver bullet. And if it's overwhelming to see the distance even that this network covers, just remember that it's not one solution. It's all of them. It's not one department. It's many of them. And we've seen that firsthand, from planning to purchasing, engineering to installation to even maintenance, deciding what you're going to do when you have something built. Many of us are simply trying to light up a HUD development that has no communications, or a tribal office that's left lacking. As Jessica said, we all feel those problems. Where they live up here, you're seeing national redwood forest, you're seeing granite and marble mountains, you're seeing, huge cliffs. So it's a nightmare when it comes to doing a WISP, and yet for our indigenous communities, it's worth whatever it takes, simply because being profitable means increasing our economic health for our citizens. And with that, so I'll finish with this slide just by saying this is really their core network, their core fat pipe of water that we're talking about that we're using to distribute the broadband. But getting it to the home, that's the goal, getting it to the schools, to the businesses, in addition to what they've already got. And with that, we can go to the next slide. And I think, Jessica, you want to talk a little bit about your last mile. And you might have the mute button on. I give my best comments to the mute button, so don't sweat it.
I know, right? I do as well. So we have a WISP, a wireless internet service that we provide broadband to the homes. The last mile from the tower to the residence has been, it's a service that you can access internet. But now when you have parents working from home and you have children also participating in distance learning, they have to arrange their time so that they're not all on the internet at the same time, so they can participate in those Zoom classroom meetings or, connect to a VPN. So even with the high speed or the premium connection of 6 megabits, still not enough for multiple people in one home on the reservation to be able to utilize our broadband service. And just like Forrest was referring to, The reason why we are doing this ourselves is not because we want to or that it's a huge profit maker. It's not. We break even, and that's great because a lot of times the public utilities tried to provide will not break even. They'll end up having to get additional funding in to help offset the salary costs. But fortunately, we do break even with our WISP as it stands right now. But we do have we don't offer great speeds, and that's mostly to do with the engineering of the backhaul not transporting the full gigabit across, as well as the equipment that we're using was not carrier-grade licensed equipment. We used Ubiquiti equipment, and Ubiquiti was great because it was plug-and-play and reliable, but it wasn't licensed carrier-grade, and so it had its limitations. And so we're switching completely over with this to Cambium equipment all the way through the backhaul to the customer homes and their routers.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide.
And I know some of this we did jump on, we kind of already touched on, so just let me know when you want me to jump in, Jessica.
Yeah, no problem. So where there is no broadband access on the reservation, UROC Connect has been tasked with solving this urgent need. So we have the WATEC community, which has about 50 homes. There's some elders with health issues. There's also some students that have to drive 30 minutes or more to find a place to get access to the internet, to participate in telemedicine or do their schoolwork. And so this is the priority location because it doesn't have any sort of communications whatsoever, and they just recently received power in 2018. So the community of WATEC, or Johnson's, is the first site that will be adding a new tower. And that Forrest was talking about, the construction starts next week, I believe, or the week after. It's very exciting because this community, our HR director for the tribal government has had to bring her child to work every day in an office that's been pretty much empty because everyone else is working from home, but she's not on the grid. The power didn't make it to her home, and she does not have any sort of internet access or cellular, so she has to continue going into the office with her child so that he can participate in school and she can do her job. So it's really exciting to see what the end result is going to benefit the tribal members. And again, this is a project that's really expensive. There's a lot of pieces. We're in essence rebuilding the entire broadband network and expanding it at the same time with a short timeline. Or do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I would just say remember too that even if you're starting at ground zero, this can be a little bit overwhelming. If you're already well past 50% of the way through, then you've got your own hurdles that you've been trying to overcome. But you can, if you're trying to figure out where to start, you can narrow it down pretty simply. Most of them grant funded if you have the time, which is planning funding. In the state of California, the Public Utility Commission just offered technical assistance funding. You've got the EDA, you've got the USDA, and that says, hey, we know we want to do something. We don't know how we want to do it, and we don't know where we want to start. That funding is a good way to determine where that's at. EDA also, we strongly encourage tribes when you're doing this to include in your comprehensive economic development strategy these plans. You'd be surprised how many departments just don't realize the needs of the department next to them. Office of Emergency Services needs to build towers. The Tribal Broadband Department does. So just know that if general funds or your budgets in your own department are just not enough, just remember there is a nice process to be able to go ahead and daisy chain these efforts. Well, that's all I had, Jessica.
Okay, you can go to the next slide, Stephanie.
Oh, actually, I do want to add one more thing while she's going to the next slide. In regards to these towers, I just want to reemphasize what the tribe is actually doing here. It's not just new towers. They're building new communication sets, new solar arrays, charge controllers, power systems, in addition to all of this. So they've definitely got a good experience with the wide gamut of what this network requires. Go ahead, Jessica.
So we have a 7-tower network. It's technically 6, and then the input in Crescent City, and then we have a relay site. in Klamath. We're adding additional towers to be able to expand the coverage, a tower in the community of Watek and then also in the Klamath Glen, which we'll show you in a few slides. But in order to distribute this broadband to a wider array, because of all the trees, we have to add additional towers. Go ahead into the next slide. So this is the town of Watek, and you could tell here that it's sparsely populated, and which is why none of the telephone companies have ever really taken it seriously, because it's not going to make them money. But to the tribe, this is a huge resource to be able to add communications to these homes. This community is so excited; they're ready to break ground right away. And one of the things that kind of delayed the project from being funded earlier, or seeking funding earlier, was viewshed. You don't want to interrupt the viewshed of the cultural dance sites, and you want to make sure that it blends into the scenery and that sort of thing. So that's been a big factor for us in working with the cultural department. But the community itself is like, just, you know, I don't care if it's an eyesore. We just want to be able to use the internet. And go ahead into the next slide. So this is a rendering of what it could potentially look like. However, Forrest is making sure that it's painted and baked in an oven with a contractor. I'll let you explain that a little bit more.
Sure, and just to be clear, this is just a crayon version that we use really briefly with a little bit of time. This doesn't represent the scale or anything. But essentially, we spend a great deal of time working with the cultural departments, doing Section 106 work, environmental assessments, et cetera. And like Jessica said, one of the most important things is one, viewshed analysis. Our dance ground's going to be impacted by this, the community. In this particular case, we opted to have the tribe powder coat their 150-foot tower, which just arrived yesterday, as a matter of fact. And like she said, it's baked in a 30-foot oven, 30 feet at a time, essentially. And all that does is make it easier for maintenance, and we did it in matte. So it's going to be a dark green like the trees behind it. In this area, there's a lot of evergreens. Sometimes trying to disguise something might make it worse. But in this case, it's all of the towers from here on out are being powder coated and painted to meet the color of the area.
Okay, you can go to the next slide. So this is another view. Yeah, and there's going to be a fence built around it with the communications hut. And we're talking about either making it a plank house or having it a mural, and so the community can take ownership and be proud of the way that it looks in this small community. It's really exciting to see how that's going to turn out. But these homes right now, some of them received power in 2018 for the very first time. They'd all been on generator power prior to that. And this is a huge thing for them.
And
you can go to the next slide.
Earlier, as you go to the next slide, Jessica mentioned earlier that town that only got power last year. That was that town.
Okay, and then the Klamath Glen is the next site. It's the other side of the reservation near the coastal border. So the Klamath Glen receives a portion of it gets service through our broadband connection, but there's there's a hill with some pretty tall trees in the way that's provided or a block from getting to the back end of it. So this is another priority location. And so this, again, is going to require community support and a new tower. And GIS department, as we were saying earlier, a lot of different departments have been collaborating to get this broadband improvement work done. And GIS is a big part of that to give us the viewshed analysis to determine the best place to put the tower for visibility, viewshed, as well as signal propagation. So go ahead and go to the next slide. As you can see here, this is the Klamath Glen. Where the arrow is was where we initially thought to put the tower, but if you look just up from it, there's a little white dot. I was giving a presentation of our broadband improvement plan during an all-employee Zoom meeting, and was going over the potential site of the Klamath Glen Tower, and I got an email from one of our employees that says, hey, I own this property up on the hill. It might be a better spot for the tower. And so that little white dot is likely where the tower is going to be. And I'll just add that through intertribe and forest engineering and going out to the tower site or the potential tower site, doing the site survey, it was determined that the crane to bring up a tower would likely not be able to get up through their driveway. And so we've been working with the roads department and the back end of that property to be able to create a road to get a crane up there to bring a tower. So it's an essential piece of it to be able to work with and collaborate with all of the departments within the tribal government to get something like this done. And by sharing with them our project and what we've been doing, that opportunity presented itself that wouldn't have otherwise.
One of the other things that this site is, each of these sites, in the past, we typically build to solve that initial problem without thinking too far ahead. And in this particular case, the tribe has thought far enough ahead to attract cell phone providers to each of these towers. So with their power systems, their hut, their tower type, it's all to begin co-location agreements for some of these areas and basically give the providers a home, give them no reason to not be able to come and rent tower space, as well as make it as most useful as possible.
Next slide, please. So the new wireless backhaul at Forrest talked about this.
Sure. So like we mentioned, essentially the tribe they were bottlenecked at about 100 megs or so for their overall backhaul for the whole government. What we did was we took and worked out with the FCC to make use of the 11 gigahertz licensed microwave spectrum. So we've got a 21-mile link, an 18-mile link over water, and we've built it at 1 gig right now, full duplex. Within the next 12 to 24 months, we'll be raising that to 4 gigs by means of the joint project between the two tribes. Essentially, we're just freeing up space so they actually have something to distribute. In this particular case, having a robust network with dedicated frequencies was critical. For distribution, the tribe is using, like I said, CBRS, EBS, 900 megahertz, 2.4, 5.8, several frequencies just to get the best propagation. So having that bandwidth, and these are off-grid sites, I will also mention. So suddenly power becomes one of the more valuable things to keep that backhaul up. And at the moment, the way it's designed, it looks like there'll be a 4 nines and a 5 as far as uptime throughout the year, which given the terrain is quite good. And with that, Jessica, do you want to talk about the last bit of the last mile on the next slide?
Yep. So just like each tower is fed by the wireless backhaul, the water needs to scale down to be distributed to the homes. So the tower sites have Wi-Fi access points. However, they cannot be fully used to the full capabilities because of the backhaul problem. So with this project, where our initial focus was going to be cellular, to get cellular on the reservation, but after hearing the community feedback, it was overly apparent that we needed to work on the last mile, the customer home speeds. And so that's what our focus of the CARES Act dollars have been, is getting that last mile upgraded so that we could have high-speed internet for our tribal community. So the gear is being purchased, and we have plans to get them all programmed and deployed within the next month. So it's really exciting. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So this year, we're going to have a new wireless backhaul, new Wi-Fi access, new towers in select areas, and an epic reservation-wide LAN party. And how this has happened is through numerous grants. The first grant, as I mentioned, in 2013 was for $720,000 to build the network. Since then, in 2019, we were awarded, or at the beginning of 2020, January, we were awarded the Tribal Nations grant to fund a tower study on all of our tower sites to get them cellular ready. And so with that grant, Intertribe has been working with us to determine what it is that the cellular providers need to locate on our tower sites. One of the main hurdles has been lack of fiber optic lines, because we have such a a distance between where the fiber is and the tribe. We've had to bring it in over water through a wireless link. That's been one of the challenges. Also, the majority of our tower sites are off-grid, and there are power requirements for cellular providers to co-locate. So those have been some hurdles that grant was to help cover. Then we received the BIA, the EDA grant for the broadband studies, and that will be starting later this year to get us to a place where we can separate the broadband company from the tribal government. We received recently we were awarded an a grant from AmperNet. It's a private grantor to help fund the equipment for the WATEC tower build, and a grant from the BIA for the wireless propagation studies. So in addition to those smaller grants, Tribal Council has given us $2.1 million from the CARES Act dollars for this backhaul and last mile improvement project. And so with those dollars and working with the tribal government employees and departments, this project has only been able to happen because of those things. Working together is essential, and then having a contractor that is familiar with tribal government processes is also essential. Forrest, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I think you summed it up quite well. I guess I would just reiterate that it's not one, as Jessica just mentioned, it's not one silver bullet that's going to solve everything. It takes a combination of public-private partnerships, community outreach. It's very difficult to make a project successful if the community is not also backing it. And then funding, often, even when you get funding, sometimes it's quite difficult to operate. For some of our projects, it extends it by almost double as far as the project timeline. But again, you got to start somewhere. So just don't get too overwhelmed. Can't change all the wheels on the bus at the same time.
All right, next slide. So I did notice some questions in the chat box, so I'll address some of them regarding the broadband staff. So the Europe Connect company.
Real quick, Jennifer, before we go to the questions, can we go ahead and also open up the phone line for anyone who'd like to ask a question over the phone, and then we'll jump back to the chat.
Sure, Stephanie. If you would like to ask a question, please press *1. Please unmute your phone or record your first name clearly when prompted. To withdraw your request, press *2. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica, if you want to go back to the chat while we wait for people to queue up on the phone, that'd be great.
Okay, great. So the Yurok Connect WISP had 2 employees. They were both Yurok tribal members with no prior experience. They were trained on the job and sent to tower climbing training. We had one located in the Klamath side of the reservation and the other located on the upper Witchpeck side of the reservation. They managed all the installations and upgrades and maintenance for that. And then as far as you have your own tower climbers and technicians. So yes, we had 2. This year we brought on 2 additional. So now we have 2 on each side of the reservation. But again, they're Yurok tribal members with no prior experience that are being trained on the job and through official BICSI training as well as tower climbing training. Do we have plans to use the 2.5 gigahertz? Absolutely. So most likely we'll be using it in WATEC, getting a special temporary authority to do so if necessary once that tower site is built. We've also applied for the tribal priority window over the reservation and plan to use it in the areas that we have trouble getting signal into. And the next question is, do we have, who handles customer service, billing, provisioning, training, and technical services and outages? It's our broadband staff. So the billing is handled in our fiscal department within the tribal government. The servicing is all handled by the techs, and they do all of that themselves. So it is a lot of work, and we've kept it with just 2 employees to keep the broadband at a break-even cost, but we've added the additional staff this year because after we do the upgrades, we're anticipating having additional incomes from more customers being added. And then when the fiber project is completed, the joint project between the Karuk tribe and the Yurok tribe, there will be added need for trained technicians for supporting that fiber and maintaining it. Do school districts choose who they like versus dealing with you? So there is school districts within our reservation, and for the most part, they choose to go with Yurok Connect, but sometimes they need a secondary connection. The same thing with our Indian Health Services. So they get their primary service from us, and then they get a satellite as a backup. Satellite service, as I'm sure you all know, is not reliable enough to maintain, full network because of it gets what's the word I'm looking for here for us, where they throttle it during the day or peak hours. And then the network, can you share how much the average customer is paying out of pocket for broadband service? Absolutely. So our standard rate for broadband is $44 a month, which I think is, quite expensive. And it's $64 a month for the premium. Both of those, the standard rate of speed right now is 1.6 download megabits a second, and the premium is 6 megabits. For our business customers that we sell a 30 by 30 connection to, it's about $800 to $1,200 a month. So when we upgrade our speeds, and we also combine or separate the broadband from the tribal government, those prices will probably be adjusted down versus up as we add more customers.
Do we have any questions on the phone?
We do not currently have any questions in queue.
Okay, I have a question. So earlier in your presentation, you talked about the decision-making around the tower and working with one of the towers and working with the Cultural Preservation Committee with the tribe in terms of the design to protect the view shed and things like that. That is a particular aspect of this infrastructure planning and build-out planning that we haven't really talked about a whole lot in the context of this summit yet. And I was wondering if you could maybe just elaborate on that a little bit more. At what point did you start engaging with your cultural committee? What was that process like, and what would you recommend other communities do to work proactively on that part, that specific component of their own build?
Great question. Do you want me to provide?
So I know.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'll talk about the personal aspect of it. As a director in a tribal government, one of the pieces that I felt is incredibly essential is developing relationships with other departments. And it's something that I've seen lacking within tribal departments and tribal governments, is they tend to silo themselves and separate, well, this is my thing and that's your thing. And so with every project or every step that we've taken and all of the vision that I have for the future, I have communicated that with staff and with all the directors as much as I possibly can. So they're curious and they want to see us succeed. And so when I talk about these things in our staff meetings and director meetings, the questions are asked. So, well, what is this going to look like? How is it going to affect the view shed? And we address those early and often. And so I'll let Forrest talk, because he also keeps in direct communication with our Tribal Heritage Preservation Officer regularly.
So I guess what I would add to that is every project in every territory is different depending on, what you're going to need for permits. It might be with the county, the BIA, in this case with the TIPO office. I'm an avid believer in over-communication. Whether you're working within the tribal government or your contractor supporting a tribe, we will regularly engage the TIPO departments for the tribes that we work with, even before they're needed. They know what we're doing out there. before we even get into a larger infrastructure project. And what you'll find is when you start the process beforehand, it'll go a whole lot smoother, quite simply because they've had time to connect with their elders if they consult their elders about the different culturally relevant sites and sensitive areas. For us as a contractor, how that usually starts quite simply is pictures. We show pictures of what we're trying to build and where we want to build it, and kind of go through one-on-one with the TIPO department, with the elders as well if need be, with the councils, with the planning department. Remember earlier we talked about the CEDS, Comprehensive Economic Development Planning for a tribe. Those are all opportunities to be able to over-communicate those things. But quite simply, it boils down to a simple piece of paper. A permit is really what you're aiming for, but it's not the paper that's tough, obviously. It's really the legwork it takes to make sure, for instance, we spend a great deal of time doing cultural and Section 106 work for providers as well, and what you'll find is that in many cases you might end up needing to do a complete Class 3 report, an environmental assessment, cultural, everything that you would need. If you're in California, you sometimes have to do what's called the CEQA compliance, California Environmental Quality Act. All of these things are a little overwhelming at the beginning, but it all starts with community engagement. The question we had as a contractor is how do we engage the community to raise awareness, to help with the cultural departments? We essentially try to be a resource for the department, and it became educational videos. Simply, if you can't meet with people, bring the information to them in a clear, simple, and concise manner. And that's helped us a lot. So I would say measure twice, cut once, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question, Stephanie? And you might be muted.
You're right. Thank you. Rookie mistake. That was very enlightening. Thank you for that comprehensive answer. It does look like we have a couple more questions that have come in on the chat. First one from Robert. Do you use USAC or state subsidies as part of your plan?
So right now, I think to answer his question, if I understand it correctly, we are not subsidized in any way for UROC Connect at the moment because we do not have any sort of designations from the PUC as a telecommunications carrier. But we are looking to that direction, becoming an EPC, an eligible telecom carrier, so that we can get subsidies. There's benefits and downsides to doing that. I mean, up to this point, if we had been receiving subsidies, then we would have to meet the requirements that the PUC puts on those subsidies, and things like uptime and pricing and that sort of thing, which has been a benefit for us, kind of limping this system along the last few years. But it's definitely something that we need to change now that we are in a better position to be able to meet those requirements. And then
I was just going to say, obviously each state is going to be completely different. In the case, on the flip side of Jessica's comment, the Yurok tribe is partnered with the Karuk tribe upriver on the 104-mile fiber project that we're talking about. And if you're a tribe in the state of California, the California Advanced Services Fund is a fantastic resource. Most recently, the CPUC has also offered, just like a month ago, technical assistance planning for broadband studies, for engineering. Or you're looking to figure out a way to partner with your local provider. That funding is the way to do it. If you're not, there's obviously loads and loads of several other funding mechanisms, both private, state, and federal. And feel free to reach out if you have any questions with that. My director of grants, Ron Flavin, is much more knowledgeable on that than I am.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions on the phone?
We do not have any questions in queue currently.
Okay, thank you.
For your time.
I think we have one last question in the chat before we go to break. Jack is asking, is there any federal funding for tribes to pay for internet distance learning internet bills? It sounds like this is a question related specifically to students being home and doing distance learning through the COVID pandemic. I am not, this is a little bit beyond my area of expertise, all of the federal funding programs that have come and support that has come through with CARES Act and everything. I cannot recall a specific program that does that exact funding. If anyone else in the chat, or if either of my if Forrest or Jessica are specifically aware, please jump in. But that is definitely something that I would want to follow up with you about and see if we can't learn a little bit more. So please, I'll put my email in the chat. Feel free to follow up with me. I also recommend reaching out to Broadband USA, and I will put their link in the chat as well. They are the go-to place right now for technical assistance around broadband projects. So I'll put that information in the chat. And with that, we will close out this session. Thank you so much, Forrest and Jessica, for being with us today. That was a very informative presentation. Certainly learned a lot, and it was very nice to have such a concrete example and walkthrough of how you went about expanding your network. So thank you both very, very much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And with that, we will now take our second break of the day. We will be back in 15 minutes at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, at which point we will be beginning the tribal listening session on broadband. This will be a 90-minute listening session for all of our summit attendees. So we do hope you'll stick around and join us for that as well. Again, the WebEx information and the call-in information you've been using all week is also good for the listening session. So we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome back from break. I'm going to now turn it back over to Stephanie Henning.
Thank you, Erin, and thank you everyone for joining us again for the final session of today's portion of the National Tribal Broadband Summit. We are going to get started here in just a moment with our tribal listening session, which will be hosted by Morgan Rodman, Acting Director for the Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development. We will momentarily open the phone lines where you'll be able to let us know that you'd like to ask a question. We would ask to begin that we perhaps hold your question for a few moments to allow any tribal leaders on the line the opportunity to ask their question first. And with that, I will turn it over to Morgan.
Yeah, thank you, Stephanie, and thank you for all the participants today. I know that I personally have learned quite a bit about the opportunities and the challenges regarding tribal broadband deployment from tribal presenters, from private sector, from education, and also federal colleagues. So this is our listening session, and this is the intent of this listening session is to really hear from all the participants, so tribal leaders, but also industry thought leaders, policy advocates, to really share with us on the federal side what your ideas are. We want to take those ideas and use that to improve programs, to improve policy, and this will be recorded, or this is being recorded, so we will obviously take what is said today and move forward with that. And I do have colleagues with me here in this virtual space. The first is Curtis Anderson. He's the Chief of Staff for Rural Utility Service at USDA. I also have Laura Spinning. You heard from Laura a little bit earlier. She helped moderate our first panel this morning, and she's with the National Telecommunications Information Administration. She's the Acting Associate Administrator there for the Office of Telecommunications and Information Applications. And we also have a few other USDA colleagues with us, Ted Bulow, Native American Coordinator at USDA, and Kelly Kubina, Rural Development, USDA. And we wanted to, Stephanie just put up a few prompts, a few categories that maybe we will use to focus the discussion in some of the buckets that we see as some of the main challenges and areas to focus on when we're thinking about broadband deployment. And before we jump into those, though, I would like to open it up to Curtis and to Laura and other colleagues to provide a few introductory remarks if they would like, and also to share what role their agency plays in tribal broadband deployment. Curtis, would you like to kick us off?
Thanks, Morgan. This is Curtis Anderson. I'm the Chief of Staff at USDA's Rural Utility Service, which is part of Rural Development. Many of you will know who we are. We have been involved in the rural space with telecom for 75 years or so. We provide loans, grants, loan grant combinations, anywhere in rural America, but particularly in tribal areas. We have a lot of loans with tribal areas. Our latest, the newest program we have is called Reconnect. You may have heard about that, where you can either apply for a grant, a loan, or a loan grant combination. Our Community Connect window went up this morning. So the Community Connect is a grant program for very small communities. So you can look at that. And it's an online application now. But we have been involved in distance learning, telemedicine, and we're there to, the key part that we have that many others don't have is our state staff. We have staff in every state who know the communities in their state, including the tribal communities, and please use them, work with them to find out what other programs we have in RD, but also what programs we can bring to you in the telecom program.
Great. Thank you so much, Curtis. Laura?
Thank you, Morgan. I had to make sure I was off of mute. I'm so happy to be here, and really, I just want to say a few words to be sure that we have the opportunity to hear from many of you. As Morgan said, I'm at the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, which is a part of the Department of Commerce. We go by NTIA. And the primary program that I work with is our Broadband USA program, which is really intended to support practitioners in the field. And we work quite diligently to coordinate with our federal counterparts, both through the Trump administration's American Broadband Initiative. We also coordinate with states and have a program that we bring them together for coordination and collaboration called our State Broadband Leaders Network. Additional information that may be helpful is we do aggregate, working with our ABI colleagues, what we call the American Broadband Initiative. Short acronym is ABI. We collect information about a number of federal funding programs that are available for broadband infrastructure, whether that's through tax credits or as the big programs that Curtis referenced, Reconnect, Community Connect, that are very infrastructure focused, as well as working through HUD on their Connect Home program. So there's a wealth of information on our website about federal programs that communities are eligible for, and we offer one-on-one technical assistance to communities who are really looking to dig in and put a plan together, and whether that plan is for purposes of applying for federal funds or to just make you that much more prepared for discussions with some of the service providers who are either in your area today or in areas close by, but you want to work with them on a business plan to start serving your communities. We'd love to help you with some of that work. So I'm going to cede any more time that I have in hopes of hearing more about what's happening in the field and learning what it is that we can be doing in collaboration with Stephanie, Morgan, Curtis, and all of my federal colleagues to support the needs in the field.
Thank you so much, Laura. And as far as the Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development, which is the office I'm currently the acting director of, we have supported, this is the second Tribal Broadband Summit, and this interagency coordination that is happening at this summit is something that my office is focused on. Stephanie Henning, who has been the host of the moderator of the summit, is a huge help to that. And we provide some funding. We provide grant funding for the feasibility studies. I believe some of the tribal presenters mentioned that earlier, and that was the first time it's been provided this year. We are seeking to do that again next year. And in the budget request for 2021, there is $8.5 million that has been requested for the Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development, and that would consist of direct funding to tribes to support tribal broadband development and technical assistance. So this is, for my office, the beginning, or just a next step in the continuing focus on broadband deployment. So why don't we jump into some of the categories here that you see on the slide. The first, sorry.
Kelly Sabina introduce herself.
Oh, yes, my apologies. We have two other colleagues. Kelly Cabina, would you mind providing some introductions?
Sure. Thanks, Curtis.
Sorry.
No, it's not a problem. I'm Kelly Cabina. I'm the Deputy Innovation Officer in USDA Rural Development, and we help everybody in rural development as far as implementing programs, including working really closely with the Rural Utility Service on supporting them with their programs, like Curtis mentioned. We also are the home for our tribal relations team, which Ted Bulow, who I think is the next person that will introduce himself, is the lead for. And recent past history, at least for me is that I have worked in Rural Utility Service. I've worked in the telecom program briefly for a little while working on some of these projects. So I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ted?
Thanks, Morgan. I'll do this really quickly, but Ted Bulow, I'm the Tribal Coordinator for USDA Rural Development, live and work, and I'm joining you today from Denver, Colorado. And outside of the telecom programs that Curtis answered, Curtis addressed, one of the more recent developments is Rural Development now has authority to provide up to 10% of funding on many of our non-telecom programs through the Smart Grid utility from the Farm Bill program. That was just announced. We'll make sure that that's included in follow-up materials from the summit, but that's going to allow us to invest small amounts of money for broadband connectivity through our non-telecom programs, which is a huge deal, and we hope that's helpful as well. So we'd like to get some feedback on that if possible as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Ted. And we did get one question before we start, which I think is a helpful question. It's in the chat. What's a good metric for success in a tribal listening session? And I will also open this up to my colleagues. In the listening sessions that I've been involved in and that Indian Affairs has supported, the purpose of the listening session is to get meaningful input from stakeholders outside of the federal government, and the point of that input is to improve services and programs. And so there'll be a report out from this summit, and part of that report out, different reports out. I'm not sure what form that will take just yet. I'll work with Stephanie on that, but what is discussed here today should be reflected in that, and the people that we serve will see that and see how that affects how we move forward with our programs, with the funding, with the technical assistance. So this is to make our service better. And the first point on the tribal listening session slide is coordination. And there are a couple of questions that come to mind, especially from the discussions up to this point in the summit, that we'd really like to hear feedback on. And one of which is, how can government agencies coordinate activities better to support tribes in the realm of tribal broadband deployment? Another is, how can we really improve coordination between the federal government and tribes when it comes to tribal broadband deployment? And what does improved coordination look like from your all's perspective? And we have time to get to each of the different categories, but why don't we open it up to that first question about coordination? We can take questions from the phone or on the chat, or we can take comments from the phone or on the chat.
Thank you. If you would like to ask a question over the phone, please press *1. Please unmute your phone and record your name clearly when prompted. To withdraw your request, press *2. Thank you.
Do you want us to answer that first question?
Yeah, we can certainly have time to comment on the question. Right now we're opening it up to see if there's input from the participants, and then we'll be able to respond to that. If we don't get a question, or if we don't get any comments up front, then we can certainly discuss these points ourselves and further the discussion. But if there's no questions from the phone, I'm looking at the chat, and there is one. This is for USDA. It says, Alaska's big challenge is the missing middle mile. Relying on fiber and microwave would take billions of dollars in time we don't have. A middle mile funding program that focuses on economic criteria, price, coverage, and rapid delivery would really help rural Alaska. Satellite middle mile must be included. This middle mile investment would quickly deliver actual broadband. 25 by 3, what is 25 x 3 and better to Alaskans unserved and underserved statewide. So that's a comment that we received for USDA. Is there any response to that from the Chief of Staff and colleagues?
I certainly have. This is Curtis Anderson at RUS. I mean, I understand the comment. I have heard it before. Alaska is a uniquely large state where communities are not attached to each other, sometimes even by roads, and so it's difficult to get to some of the communities in Alaska. Our program can support middle mile if it's part of another project. What we're really looking to is, can we get it to the residents or the businesses in those communities? If it requires a middle mile piece, we could support that, but it has to be part of the loan grant application. Clearly, something like middle mile is going to take more of a loan. It's going to be a lot more money than in the local community. But we have funded those. We are seeing rural electric co-ops also doing a lot of that part of it. So I would suggest we can help that. We don't have any programs specifically targeted to that, however. Kelly?
I have to unmute myself. No, I think that's right. I think we understand what a challenge that is, and part of it is how do we navigate those pieces of the system that are so very important with the programs that we have, and how do we cooperate to be able to do that. And I know we've been trying to explore every option we can figure out to explore. So, you know, I can commit that we are committed to trying to find a way, but I do know it's extra challenging.
Yes. And thank you for that. Thank you for the comment, Mr. Williams. And that's who that came from. And on the topic, we don't have to stick strictly to these discussion points, obviously, but on the topic of coordination, when we're looking at breaking silos among federal agencies that have to play in broadband deployment, this is one example of Summit of how we're attempting to do that. And given what we've heard so far in the direction that we're going, are there other suggestions from, or other points from USDA or NTIA about how we as federal partners can coordinate for the benefit of tribal broadband deployment? Any ideas there on that coordination?
I'd like to respond with some initial thoughts and then see what others expect. I mean, I guess what I'll say is certainly over the past few years, we've made every effort to extend our partnership primarily with USDA, because as Curtis said, they do have a number of different resources in the field, from their state directors to their GFRs and other resources. And we have made every effort to, for working purposes and workshops, to pull in those resources along with ours. And because we've seen so much growth in states taking this issue on in the past really the past 3 years. Over the course of the past 3 years, our State Broadband Leaders Network organization has grown from about 17 states participating in a fairly informal, what we call cohort, to participation from all 50 states, 3 of the territories, and D.C. It is a top 3 issue in so many states. And so we've worked hard not just to coordinate with USDA, but with the states as well, because more and more of them are adding funding into the mix. And so where we can coordinate across all of those efforts to fill the gaps in broadband is really something that we want to focus on. So I have had some preliminary discussions with Morgan and Stephanie and their office about ways that we can do that, because I think what you'll see is that you have some pretty strong commitment from all of our organizations, and looking to some extent to the field for what, because I certainly don't know what the unique requirements are for filling those gaps in Indian country and for tribal communities. So I offer that we are open and flexible for how we need to meet that nuanced need, but certainly have been making an effort to pull not just federal resources, but state resources as well that are committed to closing the digital divide in our country.
Great. Thank you for that, Laura. A couple of quick points too. We in Indian Affairs have been working with your office, with FEMA, with FCC, with USDA and others on this, from our part, that increased collaboration and coordination for tribal broadband. And there have been some recent examples where you've mentioned the teams in the field and how important that is for this particular issue. FEMA has come to us in different regions that they operate and asked for our assistance in connecting to tribal leaders and tribal groups for actually some of them more for different broadband issues, but for also emergency assistance funds that are available. And that's one area for sure where Indian Affairs can, one of the many areas it can play a role in, but that connection to the tribes out all across the country. We have 12 different regions in the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and people that can get our federal partners into contact with tribes for different forums and issues that need to be discussed. And one other quick item too, as far as a built-in structure that's already there is the American Broadband. Take a drink. That's when you know you're talking too much, is when your voice starts to get dry. But the American Broadband Initiative, that's a built-in network that we can all take advantage of to improve the interagency coordination there. So,
this is Curtis. If I could speak to the coordination.
Yes.
I was here in this exact same position back in the Bush 43 administration, the George W. Bush administration, and we tried some coordination then. It was just started. I can tell you what's going on now is way, way better coordination than we've ever had before. The working relationship that NTIA, FCC, and USDA and BIA and all our federal partners has is really quite amazing. We've been working on mapping subgroups. We've been working, attending the state broadband partnership meetings. We are, for example, with the FCC, when the FCC is putting out its new Rural Development Opportunity Fund, we are making sure that we are not competing with them, that we are actually supporting their efforts, and they are making sure that they are supporting our efforts. So we are trying to maximize the return on the dollar, but we are trying to get as much money out for rural broadband and tribal broadband as we can. I would emphasize that at the local level, working with your BIA people and your state directors for rural development, they can help look not just at what we have, but at what other agencies are supplying. And I think you'll find it's a big improvement in the coordination that we've seen over the years.
Thank you for that, Curtis. Operator, do we have go ahead. Sorry, is that you, Ted?
Yeah, it was me, and I was just going to maybe pivot and hopefully get some traction with some folks on the line. I think we've done our best to have a sort of across-the-board coordination. We've done joint outreach. We meet on the ABI, and yet the infrastructure challenges persist in much of Indian country in Alaska. So it would be great to get some comments on the phone or in the chat on what would work locally better for that interagency coordination. It's not easy, but we'd love to hear how we could improve.
Yes, thank you, Ted. Operator, do we have any questions from the phone?
Yes, we do. We have a question coming from Jack. Jack, your line is open. You may proceed.
Thank you. This deals with coordination and continued coordination. I'm from a school district up in the Arctic slope above the Arctic Circle, and we're misconceived as being a very rich region because of our oil that is being exploited by our state of Alaska. And so, we assume, and a lot of people assume that, we can take care of these programs and that we're rich, and which is really not true. Anyway, there's this U.S. Department of Education, ESSERF program agreement that was signed by our governor's designee and FCC, I believe, and in April, which was for $38 million for Alaska, and our school district was to get $1.1 million from there, and that the governor was supposed to provide a report on the status of how they spent their money in providing technical assistance and making sure that our kids are attending school from home, because this is an emergency relief fund thing. And so we didn't hear anything. We missed the semester. They were given paper, and a lot of our, us, forgot our education more or less. We're done. We got our high school diploma, and so we don't need to, and now we got kids and we're trying to teach them, and we forgot all this stuff. So we have a problem with that. And then, we were given promise that we would get tablets to bring to our kids, but there's no feedback in that regard in dealing with a teacher and student interaction. And so we tried to figure out, all of our villages. We have 8 villages up here, and it's going to cost us somewhere around $2.2 million at $300 a month per student for this internet homeschooling where you have your thing with your teacher. And so, but we got 1.1, and so we have 2,091 students that have been enrolled with these 8 villages, and the total cost would be $2.2 million. And so, $4 million, somewhere around there. Anyway, we turn out to be $1 to $2 million short of covering all of our villages, And so that agreement was short that much, and we wanted to apply with the USDA, but we didn't have those numbers in place, and so we missed that deadline. And now we're, scrambling to try to figure out how we're going to deal with this, with the silence of the school district, and then playing catch up and having the reassurances that, we can go to school, we're in villages, we don't have interference. And today, we got locked down today. We can't go to school, we can't go out. This is something that's, surprising. We never expected something to hit us, and we're a population of 900 people. And so now our kids are stuck at home, with what they got. And they, because of these deadlines that had come and gone, and not sure when they're reopening for, reapplying to get the rest of that money that we need in order to make this happen in all of our villages. FCC did a waiver of a requirement in gifts that would be provided to our provider, whether it be our school or our internet provider. And that deadline is September 30th. And then that waiver is no good after that. And so we tried to do whatever we could, without having to deal with that, relying on grants and stuff like that, and relying on our designees and our representatives with the school district and school board and such, our leaders. But now, we're here right now. So I hope that there's some type of influence that you have in providing with another extension of that waiver, even though that those entities that would provide this gifts, in the form of hardware and software or financial assistance in paying those bills at $300 a month, since we're stuck with only one provider, and then the other provider has not hooked us up with high-speed internet. But the provider that we have is a regional co-op, which is a very, very, very difficult entity to deal with because the control is done by, local board members, but the control in regards to the employees and what takes place is non-tribal members. And so, we're supposed to have high-speed internet with our cell phone, but it isn't that way. When we're at their mercy and we can't do anything about it. And so, we have this really big coordination gap and problems, but we're asking for help, like for instance, having to be able to receive a gift, because we do need a tower to be put on our school so that we can send out the signal to our kids in our homes and our kids that are out on the fish camp that have to go fishing with their grandma and grandpa in October.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, sorry for the whining, but I just wanted to indicate what our situation is, and we're kind of asking for help, and maybe you guys have ideas. This is all new to us. We all took this all for granted in regards to our daily lives, and then this illness come around and stay home thing.
I appreciate your comment, Mr. Jack. I think a couple of resources we can highlight as far as other available broadband funding opportunities. Laura in the chat box just shared a link to different options that may be applicable to your situation. I am sorry that you've encountered difficulties in acquiring connectivity for your people, and maybe some of these opportunities that Laura's highlighted could further assist. And before I move on, do any of my colleagues have a response to the gentleman's comment?
I would just add, I did put my email address in the chat box if you'd like to reach out and talk more specifically about your specific local situation. Happy to discuss. And I know that there are a couple of different planning efforts in different regions of Alaska. I've not been involved with many of them personally, so I'd have to check with some of my colleagues. But my email address is in the chat box if you'd like to follow up and get a little more detail on the specific efforts and see where that ties in with other things happening in Alaska.
Great, thank you, Laura. I will also include my email in the chat box too. And if it's not a question that I can answer, I will do my best to find the right people that can answer that. So thank you for the comment. There was another comment in the chat. One of the biggest challenges that exist for the BIE schools is that the gateways needed to be updated in Albuquerque, Sioux Falls, and Ruston. Is there an appetite to upgrade to take place in order to improve the speed for the schools? So that comment is noted as well. We will make sure that BIE gets that comment. And
Morgan?
Here, yes.
Yeah, if I could just jump in real quick, this is Stephanie. I do know that BIE is working very actively to improve speeds across their schools. I don't have the specifics of that plan in place or the timeline, but I do know they are working currently to get all of the BIE schools up to 100 megabits per second as quickly as possible. I think there's only 4 schools that haven't quite hit that threshold yet, but they are working very, very actively on that, and then are actively planning a next phase of progress on that would start bringing schools up to 1 gig speed.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. Did have another question. This is a fun question from the chat box. If you each had, this is for the panel, so if you each had a magic wand to get something unstuck at yours or another agency, what might that be, please? And I will start off and give my colleagues some time to think. I think one area that we've been focusing on in my office is this of promoting investments in Indian country in general, and especially for infrastructure. What are the type of incentives to get private sector investment, other types of investment that really benefits tribal communities? And especially in rural areas, when it comes to broadband, we've all heard from this discussion at the summit that there are real challenges to get those type of investments for infrastructure or whatever it may be for rural areas, and many tribal communities are rural. And so I think one of the, if I could wave a magic wand, that would be what to have those type of investments, those private sector investments that benefit tribes, different type of investments that benefit tribes. Those already happen, but we're working towards that with tribes to figure out how we can infuse more capital for this particular broadband deployment issue. So, do any of my other colleagues have thoughts on that hypothetical there?
Well, this is Curtis Anderson at RUS, and I don't know that there's anything that needs to be unstuck. We're all having challenges in terms of getting people out and about. We have what we call general field representatives, GFRs, and we have one specifically for Alaska, but every community has one. But they've had a little bit of difficulty traveling. We've been able to get them out to do some validation, service area validations. Probably the biggest challenge we have is after we obligate loans, after we get the loans and grants, we obligate them, before we can advance the funds, we have to complete the environmental review. And some of that is not within our control. Some of that is within the control of state or tribal environmental officers, the SHPOs and the TIPOs. Some of it is in control by the applicants themselves. That is probably the biggest delay that we have between obligation and actually starting construction. And of course, in areas in the upper north, Alaska, and the upper tier, weather is always going to be when does winter season come in, so you can't do construction is always a big issue. But things have actually been moving pretty smoothly otherwise in terms of when the Congress gives us the funding, we haven't had a delay in getting the funding out. We don't have as many applicants for our regular telecom program, loan program, but certainly for our grant programs, we are oversubscribed. And we've been moving pretty quickly through those applications. Laura?
So I think there's a couple of things. The first thing that jumps to mind is really about detailed location-specific data that can better inform what's happening on the field. Out in the field, in communities. I find that what's there is helpful for narrowing the field, of course, but there's not a single data source or a map that can tell you exactly what kind of service is available, in a 30-day time frame, turn up at what price that's readily available. And understanding that landscape is really an important step, and we are making some progress. But I think my magic wand would be that would be something that was much easier than it actually is. So it's taking us more time than we would like, but we appreciate that we're working through that with our federal colleagues as well as with our some of our colleagues in the state. So that would be my first magic wand request.
Thank you, Laura. I believe Stephanie may have had a few ideas on that too. Stephanie?
Yeah, I would just really second what Laura said. I think having really strong data about what internet access and infrastructure networks already exist, where they are, who's accessing them, getting that data at the really granular and at the local level is a very important aspect of trying to close the tribal connectivity gap, because if you don't know who already has it, then you don't know who doesn't. And so the work that is being done already through NTIA's National Broadband Availability Map program. I know the FCC is working on updating some of their data collection processes as well that will hopefully help answer this question. But I see that as really a foundational element that can help everything else fall into place. If you have good data that tells you where things are and who's doing what and how much does it cost and all of these other things, even down to things like terrain, right? We know that the different types of terrain can impact the appropriate technology for a given community. And so can we put all of that information together? That would be my wish list, my magic wand moment, is to have all of that at my fingertips so that when a given community says we need access, we have everything we need to know how to make that happen. We are making a lot of progress, and like I said, I'm very, very excited about what's coming out of NTIA and FCC on that effort, and hopefully we're going to be able to work together to realize some of that magic sooner rather than later.
Hey, Morgan, this is Ted. I was going to add something as well, if I might.
Please.
And I wanted to thank Gwendolyn for her comments and her sense of humor and the question. I was thinking, and the pandemic obviously has brought to all of our attentions that sometimes tomorrow's even too late, but some of the new opportunities that have been financed through our Reconnect program, some of them in tribal communities specifically, but some of them closer, are sort of having the slow creep of fiber and high capacity infrastructure being built. So that coupled with the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum opportunity through the FCC is going to sort of give us a new opportunity to use different types of infrastructure to make the solutions work for more tribal communities. So my magic wand would be sort of not erasing the history, but starting over with partners new, some that may have been there before that you weren't able to work with, but just sort of resetting those potential existing partnerships to take advantage of the infrastructure that's being financed today, it's being built today, and that could help tomorrow.
Thank you, Ted. To maybe stimulate additional conversation on some of the points that are on that slide there, if we can focus on funding. I know we've talked about funding already in this discussion and different parts of it, but I'd like to throw out a few questions related to that to the listeners and the participants. What parts of broadband project funding are the most difficult? Have you, in your experience, and what are the primary barriers you've encountered in trying to access federal funding or private funding? And any creative funding solutions that you recommend? We would like to hear those. And operator, do we have any phone questions?
It does not look like we have any questions in queue at this time.
Okay. And on the funding question, I know that with the Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development, that grant that we provided this year, it was, compared to some of our colleagues, relatively small in the total amount, but that planning funding is what that was for. That grant was to fund feasibility studies, and we've heard in the summit the importance of those to really scope out a project and identify early on what the challenges may be and how much a project may cost. We've also heard that middle mile may be one of the hardest stages to fund as well. So any perspectives from the participants on that part of broadband deployment would be helpful to hear. But in the meanwhile, do we have from the panel any comments just on the funding topic and any thoughts there?
I'll get us started on the conversation. We certainly, what we see in the field generally is that there are lots of communities in need, and it's such a difficult thing to scope from a national level, which is why I think Stephanie and I share the desire for more detailed and granular data. And I did want to mention Tim O'Connell put in a chat box a resource that I know he uses and has been helpful in some of our work, the i3 connectivity tool. So thank you, Tim, for that. I'm sorry, I totally lost my train of thought. I'm hugely embarrassed.
No, that's all right. It's just funding in general.
Funding in general. Sorry, back to that. For those communities who have determined that this is an important issue that they want to take on, that lots of them do those feasibility studies. But for whatever reason, and we haven't quite figured this out, something in the range of only about 20% actually take the next step of starting to make some implementation plans. And I think in some regards, it's about either the level of effort for some of the federal funding that can be such a barrier. I think some of it is oftentimes a local breakdown in communication between providers and the community and so you'll have this conversation that can be, individuals from the community, whether elected officials or local staff who, know that it's an important issue, but it's not what they do. And so, it's easy to continue the conversation that it is, we need better broadband, and that you have, a business, even a co-op, right, who has to put a business plan together that will make sense to sustain. And trying to really break that down is hard work on everybody's part. But those that have broken through there have really been able to make a difference in bringing kind of the public view of need and demand, and in some cases even putting a little bit of the risk on the public side of that equation, but really bringing the private sector that expertise to the table, but in a meaningful way to have productive discussions. And that's something we liken as a part of our expertise in helping bring those together. So we welcome any local discussions that are with folks who are willing to roll up your sleeves and really understand that this is not a 6-month project, that it is a much longer-term project and has to be looked at a time horizon and with resources that are incremental versus thinking that there's millions of dollars that can address the big problem.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent, Laura. You mentioned.
If I could follow up on that, Laura makes some good points there. The one thing we have noticed in rural development, as you look at all rural communities, including tribal communities, the key factor about whether one is successful is whether there's a local champion who's willing to take it and go with the 6, 12, 18 months through that project. It's not something where we as the federal government is not building the broadband lines themselves, right? We're not actually doing the construction. We're going with people who bring us a project, and we're not running. We are running out of money at times, but we have the money there. But what makes the difference in any project, whether it's a broadband project or any community project, community facilities, hospital, anything like that, is there a local champion who is willing to stick with it and find out what they need to find out? Talk to the people, whether they're federal people or other people, to make it happen. And, I guess one of the things that, we have the money, but a lot of the smaller communities don't have the local expertise to fill out some of the applications and to put these things together. You need to hire someone to do that strategic planning document. You need to hire someone who knows how to write a federal application, a federal grant. So if there's one area that doesn't get as much funding as it maybe could, it would be to provide people, to provide that local community development expertise. And I think this is something that our Innovation Center does to some degree, but we have only a limited number of people in the Innovation Center at Rural Development. Kelly's in charge of them, but there's hundreds and thousands of communities out there who don't know how to get started and don't have the expertise to get started unless they have someone who starts to develop themselves and becomes a champion. And I think that would make a huge difference for your own community. If you're the one who wants to be that champion, we have people who will work with you, whether it's Ted Bulow or our partnership team or state office and working with BIA, but you have to have someone who's willing to stick with it.
A great call to action, Curtis. Thank you. And you mentioned the Innovation Center that Kelly heads up. Kelly, could you give us a little bit of background on the Innovation Center and its role?
Sure. Well, first off, I'm a deputy in the Innovation Center, so I'm not going to take credit for heading up the Innovation Center. So Jackie Fonte-Lazarek is our innovation officer, and she unfortunately had a conflict today, which is why she couldn't be with you. The Innovation Center is relatively new, and USDA was created by the Secretary with the idea of trying to combine the tools of data and analytics, our own regulations that govern how we operate our programs, and our partnerships to be able to go even farther with our program delivery that we already do. So Tim, for example, Tim Ocado, who made one of the comments, is a member of the Innovation Center. So for those of you that might be familiar with Tim or Ted, they are all in the Innovation Center. So we are really about trying to find, what are the ways we haven't tried yet? What are the partners we haven't worked with yet? Are there better ways we could be working? Are there new ways we could be working to try to get even more done than we already do? And also understanding that sometimes there are limitations in the programs that we have. Okay, how do we deal with those limitations? I think the original comment around the middle mile, there are some limitations in our existing programs about what we can fund and when and where and how. Are there other people that can do those pieces? Is there a way we can encourage the champions that Curtis mentioned? So we're really all about trying to find, what are those ways that maybe, somebody's doing a great job out there and we can try to let everybody else know about it, or if there's some new thing that, we want to give a shot. We're really kind of all about doing that. The other piece is the data piece, which I think has been really useful, both internally to rural development, but also externally. Again, the link that Tim pointed to is a great way to find more information about connectivity. But we're also looking within ourselves about where are we funding projects, how is that working? What is the performance of the portfolio? If we want to reach out to specific areas, what's our history in that area? What's worked? What hasn't necessarily worked as well as we'd like? So that's really kind of where we're at. We're only 2.5 years old, so we're still pretty new as far as figuring out, all the ways that we can try to be more helpful. And I anticipate, given that we are the Innovation Center, that, we will continue to change and grow as time goes on. But that's really what we're about.
Great. Thank you so much, Kelly. And at any time, operator, if there are comments or questions, just please let us know. Both Laura and, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. We do have a question on the phone side from Eric Hudson. Did you want to go ahead and take that now?
Sure.
Okay. Eric, your line is open. You may proceed. Eric.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I was muted, of course. My apologies for that. Yeah, my name's Eric Hudson. I'm with the GAO, and I just wanted to take a moment. I actually don't have a question, but just comment on some work that we're doing that I wanted to share with everybody here. For those that aren't familiar, that are on the phone that aren't familiar with GAO, we're a congressional branch agency that does work on behalf of congressional committees. And so in this case, we're actually undertaking some work on behalf of the chairman and vice chair of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, who have asked us to look at the universal fund support for broadband service on tribal lands. And hence why me and my colleagues have been attending this conference here this week. And I'm kind of just reaching out to everybody right now to share the work that we're doing. So while there's been a lot of discussion right here about other funding programs and throughout the week of other funding programs supporting broadband on tribal lands, we're really looking and focusing on how the USF program has done this. This is work we've recently started, and we've begun reaching out to federal agencies, but we're also interested in speaking with tribal leaders and broadband providers serving tribal lands that have received USF funding. We'd also be interested in speaking with those, both providers and leaders that have been denied funding through the USF program. So I just wanted to take a few moments to share this work. The goal is to really understand the benefits and how particularly the Universal Service Fund has provided support for tribal lands, but then also the challenges that it presents in better supporting it. Again, I understand there's a lot of funding that we've been discussing this week and that has been presented. And while we're focusing on just the USF, we're really interested in kind of understanding those aspects of it. So if you're if you represent a tribe or a broadband provider serving tribal lands, we'd love to hear from you. I'll post my contact information in the chat if that's okay. Or as a heads up, we may be reaching out to many of you that have participated in this conference just to understand your story a little bit more and better understand the challenges that exist for you. That was it. I apologize for kind of taking a moment, but I thought it kind of aligned with this funding conversation. I just wanted to share some work that we're doing and give a little plug for it and outreach. So thank you for everybody that's been coordinating this conference and speakers on this panel and all the panel. It's just been a wonderful source of information for myself and my colleagues this week. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric. That sounds like exciting work for an important resource, especially for this issue. So appreciate your comment. And earlier, Laura and Curtis mentioned local champions and the importance of local coordination when you're trying to tackle tribal broadband deployment in certain areas. And I think part of, from what we've heard from tribes, part of the challenge is figuring out who to bring to the table, especially when it comes to the federal side. Most, if not all tribes, of course, are familiar with BIA or Indian Affairs, but conferences like this, and also with USDA and others, conferences like this really highlight or bring to light our federal partners that maybe don't have as big of a footprint in Indian country. And so, for instance, we've been working with EDA on their ability to, and their resources to convene and bring the right people to the table. That's one of their main focuses. And so, BIA and Indian Affairs can do that to an extent, but one recommendation is working with those entities that have convening power, or the ability, like EDA. And Laura, I think that you said that that NTIA also helps with that type of convening, right, or bringing the right.
Definitely. And I was just reading Tim O'Connell's comments in the chat box. We have worked really closely with, and Tim does a great job out west working with EDA, their respective states, and then we have certainly tapped into that. So appreciate those efforts and trying to pull those resources together.
Excellent. And we've mentioned data as well in this conversation, and Laura and Stephanie, you have put that forward as one of the most important parts of the broadband challenge to shore up, is just getting access to data and also sharing data. And so in trying to unpack that a little bit, I'd like to pose to the participants to the listeners and those on the chat, what data or information about broadband access, inclusion, and availability would you like to have access to? What questions are you asking in your communities that you can't answer because of insufficient data? So basically, with the data challenge, what's your experience to the participants and the listeners on the phone? So if we could start going down that direction.
I do have a question on the phone side, if you guys wanted to take that real quick. Okay, this comes from Jack. Jack, your line is open.
I apologize for my attitude. I'm a former leader. I've been involved with our tribe since 1985. Off and on as a president and a leader, and so I tend to overreact. And we all talk about tribal sovereignty and performing governmental functions and doing it ourselves, our village ourselves as a tribal government. And so we take that approach because we have that, and then we see our involvement with regionalization through our school district and the state, and it becomes a little bit difficult, but yet we still, want to be able to work together. But we start out like that as an individual and come up with our individual numbers, and then realizing that we have this teamwork that we have to deal with. So we include all of us, and that's why it was confusing in regards to the amount of money that was needed in order for all our kids to be able to do this. Our experience was that, we had this thing that was coming on us, being forced upon us, and we looked at our delegates and didn't really see anything, and we're just, some of us are panicking and trying to meet our kids' needs, and then along the way we're given stuff. Like, for example, there's this license that you can apply for with FCC for that 2.5 gigahertz spectrum and what you could do with it, and converting TV programming into internet, and that's really exciting in regards to career exploration and coming up with our own channels and sharing. We have the same language running all the way from here, the most western area in Alaska, and all the way toward Greenland. We speak the same language, and we're related. And so, we used to communicate with each other within a stone throw away from each other until we had to go to school and were put into villages. And so that communication was lost when we were put into villages because of education. Now that we see that this thing has opened up and allowed us to share again our history and update each other. So all you tribes, it's not just this internet, you could do your TV programming too and sharing. And I kind of wanted to say that, and I hope that we all can coordinate with each other and communicate with each other, because, we experienced and couldn't figure out what we were shortfalled on in regards to how short we are. And then seeing that 15% match requirement. Our requirement for our population, our 253 students, would require $102,000 match. And I think that's for that USDA grant. Anyway, I know there's a lot of you that are participating. Can somebody from our leadership from the Arctic Slope, can they speak and reassure me so I don't have to worry?
Thank you, sir, for not only for your comment, but for your leadership to your people and your community over the years, and for making sure that that the challenges and the needs and just your perspective from your part of the world are heard today. And again, we have our contact information in the chat box, and you can email any one of us, and we can get more granular about the needs that you've expressed and see how we can assist that. But sure do appreciate your bringing your perspective here today. Any other questions, operator, at this point?
There are no additional questions in queue at this time.
And so on the data question, or the data issue that we were just raising, Stephanie, maybe you would like to share some thoughts on that. Again, we're looking at, from the experience that we've had to this point, from what tribes have shared, from the various reports that have come out, what data or information may be challenging right now for tribal stakeholders and tribes to get access to, and then how are we responding to that? I know that there has been some discussion even at the summit on that, on the data question.
Sure, thank you, Morgan. So yeah, there's obviously a huge amount of potential data that would be helpful in addressing this problem. As some of the things we've talked about in terms of infrastructure, where is the existing infrastructure? Most of the broadband infrastructure in the country is privately owned, and that data is private, so we don't necessarily know where the closest connection points are to a given community, what's going to be the easiest place for them to plug into the existing network and start their build. So working towards better relationships with private industry, but also thinking about what information may already exist within the federal government to support that. To that point, I know that a number of federal agencies, sort of led by our colleagues over at Bureau of Land Management, have been putting together a public data set for telecommunications infrastructure that is leased or permitted on federal lands. So any lands that are managed by the Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Indian Affairs, the U.S. Forest Service, the National Park Service, I believe Fish and Wildlife Service, things along those lines, any of this land where the title, either the title is owned by the U.S. government as a public land or it's a tribal trust land that is managed and administered through Bureau of Indian Affairs, those telecommunications infrastructure permits are in databases, and they've been working to make that information publicly available. So if you go to the BLM website, you'd be able to find that. I'll try to post a link to the chat in a second. But that's a really great first step. And so for any tribes that are, this is probably most valuable in the western states, so for tribes that are adjacent to big swaths of federal land, that's a resource that can help identify what infrastructure might already be nearby that you could leverage. Usage data is really important. We know that just because internet is available in your community, that doesn't necessarily mean people are using it right. The cost of internet subscriptions in many parts of the country and in many parts of the Indian country is prohibitive. I've certainly heard of costs as high as $300. I think is some of what we've been hearing today. $300 a month for a basic internet subscription in some places in Alaska. I recently heard that the basic internet package at Navajo is $162 a month, and that's just really high, and that can be a big barrier to access for many people. And that pricing data isn't something that I believe has been collected at a national scale before, and so thinking about how do we get to that pricing question. Those are some of the really big chunks that I think are important. Actual download speeds versus advertised download speeds. These are some of the things that we've been talking about with our end-to-end partners and trying to understand what's possible and what's there. But one of the things that I think will be most valuable and helpful, particularly in Indian country, is understanding where exactly are the structures that need to get connected. We know that a lot of communities don't necessarily have addresses or use addressing in the same way and aren't, or at the very least sort of aren't mapped in the digital sense. And so if we're trying to help build network plans or understand where the people are, where the buildings are that need an internet connection, that's something that I think tribes can be very, very helpful in as part of starting those conversations, is knowing exactly which buildings they're trying to target with their network build out and where they are as well. So I think that would be a really big piece that I might put back out to this community to think about.
Thank you so much, Stephanie.
I think you raise a really good point. Oh, sorry, Morgan. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Please go. Please.
I just was going to echo Stephanie's comments. We're obviously on the same data wavelength. That pricing data is really important because we know from the number of studies that are done, both by federal agencies as well as the not-for-profit sector, that pricing is absolutely one of the big barriers for adoption of broadband services. And there is one resource that I know of out there. It's the Broadband Now website. I've used it a couple of times. It's a private, not-for-profit organization that I can't say I know much about, so I'm not in any way endorsing it. But it is a source I'm trying to understand a little bit more about in terms of that resource on pricing. In addition, right, it's not every structure, as Stephanie pointed out, has the same needs, and really understanding that at a deeper level so that, households are getting the kind of service that they need to support working from home, schooling from home, telemedicine as needed, but that the institutions that support our communities have a different level. So whether that's the healthcare facilities, that need to have services that don't have any delay, and the industry standard of 5 nines of quality of service. I just am echoing your comments, Stephanie, so I'll leave it there and hope that that's something we can work on together and it will benefit the participants who are with us here today.
Thank you so much, Laura. Operator, are there any other questions?
There are no additional questions in queue at this time.
One quick thing on one of the points on the slide is permitting, and I wanted to raise when the analysis or the project is involving trust land, then working with the BIA on that project is helpful and necessary. And I think for that, we've worked on it. I've been in this position for 17 months now, and we have worked with the tribe where there was a broadband question where it was a tribal business that wanted to expand broadband, and there were some land issues that they had to work out when it came to right-of-ways and things like that. So we worked with the tribe to resolve that, the local region. So again, I mentioned the 12 BIA regions, and so if there are questions like about right-of-ways or permitting, and that's on trust land, then the BIA would be the first place as far as a federal agency to go to. And we did collaborate with the tribe over this past year on getting their needs addressed. So just one thought on permitting. Stephanie, if we don't have other questions or comments, I know that I didn't see any other comments in the chat box, but maybe we open it up to any, if there aren't any other questions, then maybe we open it up to the colleagues for any closing remarks or calls to action or anything.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We did have a question come through on the queue.
Okay.
It comes from Jack. Jack, your line is open.
Thank you. We have confusion in regards to what is really needed in regards to a student that, would take his classes from home, like the situation we're in now where everyone is locked down. And, so I assume that, it takes 3 gigs for a movie. And so I try to come out with something like 10 gigs or a day, and then 30 days, and our provider, says that's fine. We'll charge you $300 a month. And then I hear others that were, on earlier, talk about rates that are, more reasonable. I mean, are nice, a lot cheaper than $300 a month. Anyway, we're bound by that, and we don't really understand about speeds and how much gigs, but our provider is charging us per gig. And so, I try to, it's 3 gigs a movie, so 3 movies, that's about maybe 8 hours, and so that's how I come up with numbers, and I don't know if it's good enough, but at the rate that the provider is charging, it winds up at $300 a month, and it's kind of expensive, all right, but whatever works. I mean, our kids are the ones that are learning, and I don't know how we can control that other than, using that competition, and we're at that mercy because of the providers, and the other providers don't have the hardware and have to use that backhaul, and that gets expensive. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's a question or a comment. It's just something that we're going through.
Jack, this is Curtis Anderson. What you're talking about, Jack, is the problem for all rural infrastructure, whether it's telecommunications or electric or water systems. It's a higher cost per person in rural areas because you have the same cost of infrastructure but fewer people to pay for it. It's a challenge that we have that some other countries don't have that are much more densely populated. You mentioned competition. Ideally, competition will bring down the price, but then you have to have a reason to have a competitor to come in. What you need, the actual speed you need will vary depending on what the needs are for, as someone said, for the particular building, what your needs are. I think it's interesting. I remember when I was a kid learning that in Australia they used to do schooling of kids in the outback of Australia by radio. So that was pre-internet, and there was no visual. It was all done by radio. Similarly, you could do it by telephone, but it's not what we come to expect as education today. And that's why we want to get broadband out there, because we think rural America and tribal America should have the same benefits that urban America has. The challenge is money and getting providers. If we can get that initial infrastructure put down, then that can be open, then you'll find more potential providers. But it's a challenge because rural America is not densely populated by definition.
Thank you, Curtis. And any other questions, comments?
There are no additional questions in queue.
Okay. All right. I will open it up to my colleagues to provide any closing statements they may have, calls to action. Laura?
Thanks, Morgan, and thanks, Stephanie. And I just thank you for having us here and being a partner with us in attempting to solve what is, something in the range of a $40 to $80 billion problem for our country. And it's not going to be a silver bullet or a wave a magic wand kind of solution, but we certainly want to be a party to rolling up sleeves, putting plans together, having hard conversations, detailed conversations, and figuring out what funding sources do make sense, what kinds of partnerships make sense, the technology that will provide the kinds of services that are appropriate at the local level, because it's a national problem, but the only solution is to look at all of the local conditions, nuance, needs, and commitment to make that happen. So thanks for being here, and I look forward to continuing these discussions throughout the year with my colleagues at BIA, USDA, and all of you in the field who are taking this issue on.
Thank you, Laura. Curtis?
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Morgan. And thank you, the other panelists, for being here. This challenge is one that is so important for us as a nation and as a people to get us all on a similar platform, a broadband that is useful to us. Particularly, what's interesting is people in this COVID experience, the tremendous increase in demand for broadband in rural areas that didn't exist before, as people have realized how this can make a difference. We are seeing, they say necessity is the mother of invention, and we're seeing lots of interesting things going on out in rural America. School buses being used as Wi-Fi hotspots because they're not taking kids to school. People who are coming up with new ways of getting broadband to their areas. But as Laura said, I mean, it's a $40 to $80 billion, by some estimates, challenge if you try to do it all at one time. And that would require a decision to do it all at one time and to find the construction to do it. But I applaud you for reaching out. Since we've been on this call, I've received at least one request for a meeting, so we are following up on that, and we want to be there to help. As I mentioned, we have our general field representatives, we have our state offices, we have our innovation center. We work with BIA, we work with NTIA and the Federal Communications Commission and EDA, and we want to do whatever we can to make it happen. And that may be combining some resources together, but more importantly, we need to find the people who are the champions who want to come to us, and we can help you if you're willing to be the champion. And thanks for having me today, and I look forward to hearing more. My email was put in the chat room earlier, so feel free to get in touch with me. And thank you very much for having us.
Thank you so much, Curtis. And Ted?
You know, I think Curtis said it very well. I'll just add that we recognize our programs aren't a cure-all. I wish they were. If Gwendolyn can find that magic wand for us, I would have that be my wish, but obviously that's not tenable. So we've been highly involved in the summit. We've had a lot of different speakers. Everyone has offered to follow up with you, so please take us up on that. It's our responsibility to serve the tribal areas in this country as best we can, so we'd love to hear from you and follow up. Thank you.
Perfect. And I would just like to share how thankful I am for the participants at the summit, the tribal leaders, the advocates, the potential investors, potential partners, and the federal colleagues as well, especially the co-panelists today for this discussion. And only good things to come from the summit, and a lot of good ideas in the works. So, Stephanie, I don't have anything else. We don't have any more questions, so I think that would conclude this listening session.
Great. Thank you, Morgan, and thank you again to everyone who was able to join us today, both from our federal partners as panelists to help answer questions, as well as to all of you for attending today, for the questions that you asked. And hopefully this is just the starting point of an ongoing conversation that we'll be having collectively as we continue to work towards closing the tribal connectivity gap. This is the end of today's iteration of the National Tribal Broadband Summit. We'll see you here again tomorrow, same time, 12 noon Eastern, for the last day of programming. Tomorrow's pretty exciting. We've got a keynote address from Doug Kinkoff, Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, followed by a presentation on leveraging broadband infrastructure to strengthen tribal sovereignty. We will also be having a panel on the benefits of broadband on tribal lands, focusing on the application of broadband and what you can do with it once you have it, how it can benefit your communities. And then we'll take a short break and follow up with a panel focusing on tribal libraries and a second panel on tribal colleges before we finish out for the day. Thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
That concludes today's conference. Thank you all for participating. Have a great night.